for the North Point Compass Business Park.
We'll begin with roll call. Mayor Whitaker.
Here.
Councilwoman Gavin.
Here.
Councilman Hug. Councilman Landy.
Here.
Councilman Morris.
Here.
Councilman Mudrin.
Here.
Councilwoman Quillman.
Here.
Councilwoman Reardon. Councilman Terce. Councilman Terce did let me know he will be here about 4:20 this evening.
Okay, hello everyone. Continuing on from last night, we do have one more interested party who did not get called, so I think we have her on the line, so we'll go ahead and we'll start with her.
Can we have Jody on the line?
Jody's Mayor Whitaker. Can you give
Yeah.
your name and address, and then you'll be sworn in by the clerk?
Okay, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is Jody Bchi. I live in Elwood, and I am a Village of Elwood trustee.
Jody, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You can proceed.
The oath I just gave is something I take very seriously. Do I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Absolutely, yes, I do. And that's what I'm hoping to obtain from you tonight. The truth and nothing but the truth. I need some transparency, and I also need some of my questions answered so I can go out and explain to my constituents in Elwood and give them the facts about this project and how this project will impact them. However, before I start asking any questions, I know he's not there, but I first wanted to start by thanking and acknowledging Mike Turk. I know he's a peer council member with over 25 years of experience. I've always admired the way Mike has conducted himself on the council and the ability he has to disagree with his peers and the mayor, but he does so in a very professional and respectful manner. I've tried to emulate his style at our village board meetings in Elwood, and I just hope Mike can walk away knowing that he's had a positive influence over many people in his distinguished career. And I just want him to thank him for listening to the people that he represents, even when it may not have been the popular decision. So thank you. I appreciate the chance to speak before the city council today, even though I know in my heart of hearts, I believe this is strictly a formality to conduct the required official legal meeting before this vote takes place. I have no preconceived ideas that you will truly listen to the opposition of North Point and vote accordingly, but I do need to walk away with specific questions answered so I can at least help the people in my surrounding communities understand how their lives could potentially be changing. I believe this may be a question for Mr. Tom George, or if he's not able to answer, if the council or maybe Mr. Osterberger can. But currently the Elwood Bridge is in litigation. I'm not speaking about that at all. I just want to know if that proposed bridge doesn't go through, and it's been stated at several public meetings that the bridge is absolutely needed for this to go through, is the North Point plan still on the table?
Mr. Mayor, this is Tom Osterberger, counsel for the petitioner. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As this is a hearing on the annexation agreement, I think that question is certainly appropriate. Petitioner said all along, and the agreement is clear, and I won't comment on the litigation with respect to the Walter Strong access to the bridge there that the petitioner is seeking, but the agreement is clear.
That's okay, I get that.
The agreement's clear that if that is not the access point, Joliet and the petitioner find another one that is a closed loop with a bridge over 53.
Okay. And when you mention that, can you explain to me the closed loop process of the bridge? I mean, let me just explain a little further. I understand what a closed loop means, but how do the trucks get to the closed loop without using our current roads in Elwood and Manhattan? Like, how do they get from Interstate 55 to get to the closed loop if they don't come down Arsenal Road or go through that? Or if they're not coming from that direction, how do they get to the closed loop if they're, like, saying, coming from I-80 onto Route 53? I look at it that they would have to travel on Route 53 for this, but I could be really not understanding this correctly. So can you help me understand, like, how do they get to the closed route without using any of our local roads?
Well, I think as the project as proposed has trucks coming and going from the truck terminal in Elwood to the project area through what is going to be what is currently proposed as the bridge. So the trucks certainly would come off of Route 55 down Arsenal into the terminal, back and forth from the terminal, and out Arsenal Road to 55. So during that point, they certainly would be on Elwood roads.
Okay, but it was mentioned in several public comments that they wouldn't be using the Elwood Road. That's why I didn't understand that. So I'm just trying to get, and please, I don't want to appear argumentative or I don't want to say anything inappropriate. That's not what I'm here for. I'm just wanting to be able to go explain this back to people so that I have a good understanding. Because I looked at your agreement, I read it, and I have to say as a layperson, there's a lot of information in there. So I just want to say it correctly. So I understand what you said, that they now would be using Manhattan Arsenal Road, but the same, what if they came off of I-80 and 53? They would then be still using 53 going past like Mills, going past Laraway, going past, somehow getting over there. Is that correct, before they get to the closed loop?
Well, I certainly don't think that the city or the petitioner contemplates that trucks are going to be coming off of Route 80 onto 53 and access this project at any point. And I'm not going to speak for the city, but I'm sure they would agree with me.
I don't know why, because we have that now. We have that now with trucks on 53 all the time. They don't come just from 55. So how can we feel that through this project that 53 wouldn't be taxed with that additional truck traffic? And then another question I have, is the closed loop just for trucks, or will the workers be using that? Because I think it was mentioned in the traffic study, if I wrote this down correctly, that you would be having 5,000 to 10,000 extra cars would be traveling daily to get to the new warehouses, etc. So where does that traffic go? Does that traffic now go on the already taxed infrastructure of I-80, Route 53, and Manhattan Road? Or are they able to use the closed loop process too?
No, cars are certainly, for the employees, are certainly allowed to use the closed loop, but the closed loop specifically refers to containing trucks within that closed loop so that they don't access Route 53 or any of the exterior roads, and that's been presented at the Plan Commission and in the staff report.
Okay, I do hear that, and I'm not challenging you, I'm just making sure I understand this right though. But in order to get to the closed loop, they really have to use our current roads and infrastructure, because how else are they going to get there?
So in order to...
Is that a correct understanding?
I'm not sure, it's a general statement, but look, all of the roads, no matter where you are, we drive across different municipalities, township, county roads to get places. This agreement contemplates that no trucks will be coming on or off of Route 53, if that's your question.
It is my question. So none of these is coming in, and then how will we know that? Is this going to be policed, or is this just, we hope that it works that way and we'll have appropriate signs and make sure that everybody obeys those signs? I mean, what is, I'll call it, as you say in my line of work, what is the business control that's in place to make sure that that happens?
So the city of Joliet is in charge of their own municipal boundaries when properties annexed pursuant to an agreement. The agreement's in force, and you have truck restrictors on the perimeters of this development, allowing passenger vehicles in, but trucks not out. That is absolutely clear in the agreement.
Okay, so the city of Joliet then, so the city of Joliet will, or have already, or however they're gonna do that, and I guess this is a question for you, Mayor, or the board, you will have put into your budget, additional policing efforts and all of that, because, so we know that they don't use Route 53. I think they'll be using Manhattan Road if I understand it, but they won't be using Manhattan Road as it borders how them going into the center point, so it would stop there. Will you guys be providing those type of police services for this type of thing?
If I can interrupt, I just indicated that there are gonna be truck restrictors on the perimeter of this development. Trucks cannot get in or out without crashing through those barriers.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that to be a barrier. Okay, I didn't understand that. That was me not understanding that correctly.
Okay, maybe I wasn't clear.
All right, in this agreement, and I believe I read a part where it states that a bridge is involved somewhere on Manhattan Road. Is that correct, or is that like Plan B if the bridge doesn't go through? If so, I'm gonna ask how we're accepting that bridge over Manhattan Road. Where will that bridge be? Will that bridge intersect either Rowell Ridge or Cherry Hill Roads that the city of Joliet does not currently maintain our own? How is that gonna happen? And did I read that correctly? Is there going to be a bridge on the east side of 53 on Manhattan Road?
The language was added to allow so that if there is industrial development north of Arsenal and south of Arsenal, there has to be a bridge so that those trucks are not permitted to exit onto Manhattan Monee Road.
Okay, so can you just explain a little bit more, please? Because this is the question I've been asked. That's why I wrote it down and asked it tonight. Where would that bridge be? I mentioned the three intersecting roads, the Rowell Ridge or Cherry Hill. Unless I'm missing something, and I could be, I'm not sure. Where do you anticipate that bridge being?
So there's nothing specific right now. Tom, if you want to add to that. Mr. George will add if he has something on that, but I know there's nothing specific.
I do.
So when would we get the specifics of that, or no? Because that could be huge, you know, a bridge over there. I haven't heard a lot of people talk about that. That's why I didn't know if I had it correctly. And I want to be really clear here. I'm coming to you for answers. I represent the people of Elwood. We have good people here. We have good, hardworking, we have distinguished people in Elwood and Manhattan. I do not want to spread any untruths or lies or rumors. And that's why I just want to come to the source. So I can make sure that as I'm talking to the people that I represent, I am giving them strictly only the facts as you have provided them. And nothing is assumed from this. So I just want to make sure that, you know, I know I'm challenging you a little bit or asking, but they have these questions for me, and frankly, I don't have some of these answers, and I don't like not being able to answer them.
Sure. The bridge has been shown over Manhattan in various pieces, and it would be somewhere around 1,300 feet east of Rowell.
So east of Rowell, okay. All right. I appreciate you answering those questions for me. I just want to, I'm not sure about this, and maybe you can, is that involved in the agreement that you have with Manhattan so far? I know that there's still some boundary agreements. Does Joliet own like that Manhattan Road in east of Rowell where you're thinking of putting this yet, or is that something that you still have to work out?
When you annex property, the roads adjacent to and within that annexation parcel become part of the municipality to which it's annexed?
Okay, and so have you worked with Manhattan at all? Because aren't they owner, would they have portions of Manhattan Road?
I don't think they have any jurisdiction over the portion that Mr. George has commented on.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you for that. This is a little something different. I wanted to address like Jan, Kath, Herb, Larry, Sherry, and Terry.
Ma'am, if you could address the council as a whole, those are the rules. This is an individual.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I will. I was only addressing them because I didn't know if they had come out to Route 53 in Laraway at all, or Route 53 in Mills, or Route 53 in Arsenal to observe any of the traffic or any of this so far. I know some of you have visited the North Point site in Kansas. I'm not sure everybody who has, but I want to know if you've really taken the time to actually come and sit and observe the traffic that we're experiencing on Route 53 or any of these roads. If you did, you couldn't come during the lunch hour to do this because you need to allow at least 45 minutes to an hour to get from Jefferson Street to Laraway Road on a good day. And then if you were headed back to, say, Jefferson and Larkin, you probably would have to add another 45 minutes or so from that to be able to do that. That is how the traffic is now. And that's without adding 5,000 or 10,000 more cars as we've predicted for the workers that would be in these warehouses. I welcome you as a official to come out there and take a look. I know that some of you did travel and you were able to see the North Point site in Kansas. I don't know how many of you have spent time in our area over here and have seen like what this looks like going back and forth. So I just welcome that at any time I'm willing to go through that with you and show you that. That's all I had to say to the council tonight. I thank you for giving me this time to be able to ask the questions and for clarifying things so I can go back to the people of Elwood and let them know what is actually being presented in front of everybody tonight. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the interested parties portion. We will now begin the public speaker portion of this hearing. Remember, the applicable rules shall be in effect. Speakers should try to address all comments to the council as a whole and not any individual member. Repetitive comments are discouraged. Total comment time for any one person is 4 minutes. No speaker shall engage in debate or make direct threats or personal attacks, should be uncivil or abusive. The presiding officer may limit irrelevant, immaterial, or inappropriate comments or statements. We will begin with the in-person public speakers. I think there are about 7 here, so go ahead.
First is Ron Adamski.
Mayor, council, staff members.
Name and address, please, for the record.
I'm sorry?
Name and address, please, for the record.
Ron Adamski.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, council, staff members, officers, anybody else I missed. My name is Ron Adamski, a U.S. Navy veteran who believes in service to our country. In fact, my father served our country in the 101st Airborne. I want to thank all those who currently serve today and thank our veterans. Thank you for protecting our rights. Finally, thank you to our frontline heroes fighting COVID. I have been part of the opposition movement since the 2017 Elwood meetings, and the more I learned, it was very clear I needed to step up. I am one of the founders of Stop North Point LLC, not only because I am a veteran, but I want to protect Manhattan, protect our neighbors, and the entire region from North Point's certain damage. I spent my majority of my working life working as a public servant. I am now retired from the FAA at O'Hare Tower. While at Midway Tower, I was a union representative. I handled local negotiations. So excuse me, any nervousness. It's been a few years since speaking at length into a microphone. We all believe in civic responsibility and duty. I hope that's the reason you have all devoted your time here today. But some of you seem to have forgotten to listen to citizens, the taxpayers. There is a very long list of people who oppose North Point. I will not repeat all the groups opposed North Point since their detailed statements are well thought out why they all oppose North Point project. But are you giving those opposed a good listen? I believe you neglected to hear from your community, the citizens, the leaders, the surrounding communities, the farmers, the villages, and all the groups within central Will County. Some of you may only be listening to what North Point is telling you. Well, North Point is leaving out the details and not giving you a clear, data-driven plan. In my career, I traveled the country developing and training a new safety program on a work group based out of Washington, D.C. in the safety community. When details are left out and the data is missing, it is known as the Swiss cheese model for obvious reasons. Council, we listen to you, we listen to the veterans, to your residents, to your neighbors, to your businesses, to your churches, the environmental groups, and so many other opposition groups. And yes, we listen to North Point. In fact, many of our Stop North Point plaintiffs are from Joliet and joined us because their voices were not being heard by you. Bottom line, the polls show it, we know it, you know it. This is wrong. Many, including me, believe the process leading to this vote is flawed. Furthermore, all of you have watched the North Point PowerPoint presentation and at least looked at the paperwork, but let's face it, there's clearly a lack of real data, lack of information, details, transparency on purpose. There's no real detailed data from the annexation package from North Point. The citizens deserve better government, better use of their time, integrity, and especially their tax dollars. This is not folklore. Nobody wants this, not just because of the size or the location, just because North Point is out for themselves, and the proof is in the overreaching annexation agreement. Remember the Swiss cheese model. This monstrosity will ultimately suck the wealth from the entire region without creating new long-term value for the people who live in Joliet and those in central Will County. The fight will continue. Thank you to all the opposition groups standing up against this monster.
Thank you.
And special thanks to everyone involved in Stop North Point. This is my opinion.
So you're,
Please vote no. Thank you. Thank you, council. Appreciate it. First person, a little nervous. Appreciate it. Thank you.
have a good night.
Good night.
Lisa Whit.
Yes, I do. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Lisa Whit and I live in Allwood. And I'm here tonight because I'm against this North Point project for a lot of reasons. But my main reason is my family's health. Okay? This proposed bridge will be right behind my house. I live on South Street, along with the mayor of Allwood and a lot of my friends that are like family. I've lived in Elwood for 16 years. My husband has lived in Elwood since 1974. Okay. And I've got bronchitis and COPD. My son has asthma, and my husband has a heart condition. And with all the diesel fumes, that's not going to be good for my family. We're not going to be able to go outside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alejandro Terce.
Alejandro, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help
I do, hopefully you all do. I'm Alejandro Terce, 19544 Sharp Road. I've lived there since 1973. I'm a U.S. Army veteran, 1st and 4th Armored Division in the European Theater. My brother served in Vietnam as the 101st Airborne as a medic. My oldest brother served in the Korean War Combat Engineers. So that's a little bit of history. Now, does anybody here have a picture of these turnarounds that North Point plans to put up? At one time, they were I-beams going across, and the last that we found out, all they are is little pipe beams. Now, if you ever go down on 80 and come off, going west off of 80 on southbound 53, look at all the guardrails that are replaced monthly. Now, a little pipe gate isn't going to stop anybody. Hypothetically, what would happen to the city of Joliet if IDOT decided, you know what, the bridges break down too often? Let's just leave them open, not fix them at all. Let Joliet figure out their own plans for a road. What would you do then? Now, North Point comes in there, they promise everything, just like Center Point did. You have at Center Point at Millsdale Road, every once in a while you got a truck patrol. And they got a turnaround on the west side of the tracks on Millsdale that they just put in probably about 3 years ago. The only time it works, and you call your police officers, if you got a truck stopped on the east side of the tracks over there, then everybody coming from the west side, 53, turns around and goes back. Other than that, they go for neighborhoods and everything else. Now, the city of Joliet only takes responsibility up to the bridge in Millsdale. So when there's chip changes over there, Joliet's not there to control it. We get them coming down, flying down our road. In fact, we got a Hellcat Challenger that doesn't make the stop sign, rounds the corner, and that opens it up. Basically, it's a private road. We all own to the center of it. That's where our property comes in. We're not Joliet. Now, I want to address the councilman. You were all voted in to take and do what your constituents want. And I believe that that's what you should be doing. But for some reason, because there's money involved in it, because we saw that last time, you had somebody that offered you $1 million, and you had somebody that got $2 more million out of them. All that was greasing your hands for that yes vote. Now, I'm asking you to vote no on this, and if you can't vote no, then at least vote to table it to the new city council is seated. Maybe they know what to do, because everybody's lost confidence in you. And you all know it, you're supposed to be for the people, but you're not. You're for yourselves over here, and you don't care. Now, I see signs all the way from Arsenal Road coming north of 53, out off of Green Road, City of Joliet. If it was the City of Joliet, your sign would be out there, your Teletron sign. No, it's where it starts, 5th Avenue and 53, and on the west side. You think about that. Before you go and say, we're going to vote yes on it, think about you're supposed to be representing the people, not your mayor that one time already told you, we don't want it, and you can't go by his word. His word means nothing. You know that. Thank you for letting me address you.
Thank you. Real quickly comment. When the project was in front of Elwood, for some reason, there was an attempt by Elwood elected officials to get Joliet involved in it. So when local media came to me, I told them correctly over and over again that the city of Joliet had nothing to do with what was happening in Elwood. And we didn't get involved in that process. The council didn't get involved, city staff didn't get involved. Elwood made a decision on their own. I don't know why my comments have been misinterpreted, but they have been. So, but no, those comments were accurate. Joliet had nothing to do with what happened in Elwood. They chose not to initially signed contracts with North Point and then chose to pass on without any interference from the city of Joliet. Okay.
William Garrett.
I do, thank you. My name is William Garrett, I'm from Manhattan. I'll begin. Good evening, my name is William Garrett. I'm a former two-term union president, association treasurer, I'm a current operations manager, and a candidate for trustee for the village of Manhattan. I've lived in Will County for 29 years, and I'm growing my family here. Will County currently is one of the fastest growing counties in Illinois, and is home to the 12th fastest growing city, Manhattan. Likewise, this area of Illinois is home to other rapid growing cities, such as New Lenox, Romeoville, Lockport, Shorewood, Manuka, and Plainfield. They all fall within the top 67 fastest growing cities in Illinois. At their epicenter is Joliet, a city with crumbling infrastructure, looming liabilities, and insatiable appetite to spend and tax. But hey, don't take my word, ask your constituents. They, as your tax base, are leaving and effectively choking your ever-dwindling resources. This is why Joliet is ranked 134th in growth out of 335 cities in Illinois. This corridor of Illinois is experiencing so much growth that it seems odd that such a large city like Joliet can't match the percentage of growth of its neighbors. But they aren't the only ones who wish they can turn back the hands of time. Elwood has lost nearly 3% of its residents in less than a decade and has experienced its own woes from one of the nation's largest trucking intermodal companies. It becomes apparent that Joliet feels that it can handle North Point and walk away the victor. Well, to put it plainly, their foundation is a bed of lies. But again, don't just take my word. Here are the laughable lines from North Point's core values. It reads, and as I paraphrase, as a token of our appreciation to those who have helped us succeed, we will pay it forward. We will approach every deal with an appropriate margin of safety and maintain our financial discipline while never stretching for a deal or becoming greedy. That's my favorite. As we conduct our business, we will operate with the highest integrity, and we shall strive to live by the golden rule. North Point, failing to stand behind its own core values since inception. Thank you.
Jeremy Brzezicki.
What's his last name?
Brzezicki. Jeremy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Jeremy Brzezicki, Marquette Gardens, Joliet. I have a bit of experience in the transportation industry. I work as a project manager now also. So a lot of my experience centers around understanding the process. Where are the bottlenecks and how well is the planning being? So I have a few questions for you here. I kind of wanted to see a little bit about this project and its environmental liability potentially, and generally see what kind of planning we've done about this and what will be done in the future. First thing, as I mentioned before, my experience is mostly in transportation. That's what I do for a living. I watched the pre-council meeting, and Chris Regis brought up a few good points. First of which is North Point's distance from Midway Natural Polygraph Preserve. That is a half mile away from the North Point project, at its closest point. And that's a fair point to make. One thing I did want to ask about that, I'm a huge public land proponent as well. They're very important to me. Parks are very important to me. I think that this is land that we should all share, and it's land that we need to take care of. So, a half mile, okay, that's a significant distance to walk. However, it's not a very significant distance for a particular matter. Now, in my experience, short distance trucks, yard trucks as we call them, spotter trucks, they are used to move trailers around on warehouses and logistics centers. One question I want to ask, is there a plan for what kind of spotter trucks we intend to have? Are they intended to be diesel? Are there specific environmental contingencies being built into this plan to have to prioritize the use of electric, or at the very least, natural gas powered spotter trucks. Has this been discussed?
This is public comment, can you make your comment, please?
We're not answering questions, okay. Long story short, diesel engines, when they're operating for short times, for short distances, they're at their most inefficient period. That's when they're going to put the most soot into the air. That's when they're going to put the most NOx, nitrous oxide into the air. This is when they're polluting the most. So therefore, half mile isn't a big distance. These engines are going to be operating inefficiently. They're going to be polluting mid-April. This is a fact that you need to acquiesce to. This is something that you need to think about. Distance doesn't matter. It's still going to affect mid-April. So if you make the decision to approve this project, you're going to have to take that move. Secondly, I read in the agreement that even though there is a bridge connecting the major projects of North Point with Center Point, that there are some contingencies for if the bridge gets backed up over 2 hours, that local roads will be prioritized for travel back and forth. So, is there an actual contingency? Is there a plan to reinforce those roads? What roads are being used in this route? And under what conditions is local traffic between North Point and Center Point going to be allowed? Because there's gonna be. Because as I know, I deal with process like I mentioned, it's a bottleneck. The bridge is going to be a bottleneck. So if you approve this project, think of that.
You're at the 4-minute mark, if you can wrap it up, please.
Lastly, I deal with trucking, I deal with truckers a lot. They're going to take the shortest, most expeditious route between 2 points. If the bridge is a bottleneck, they're going to avoid it, they're going to find their way onto our local roads, and they will find the shortest point between the highways in the project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kevin Hagerty.
I do.
Can you state your name, please?
Yes. Hi, my name is Brian Potus. I'm a Navy veteran and a member of the American Legion. My wife Donna has been buried at the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery. She was interred in December 12th, 2015. And I just wanted to say that Councilwoman Quillman, you say that you're for the people, but you're bad for veterans. Shame on you.
Kevin Hagerty is next.
Kevin, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Kevin Hagerty, Oneida Street in the Cathedral area in the city of Joliet. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Kevin Hagerty. I've been a Joliet resident for 28 years, and I've lived in the immediate Joliet area for 41 years. I also worked for the city of Joliet for 10 years and have attended hundreds of council meetings over the years, and I've never seen an issue generate this much interest and this much outrage from the community. I work in a distribution center near the project, the proposed project. The volume of truck traffic on local, state, and federal roads is already a burden on Joliet and surrounding communities, and I believe the project known as Compass Business Park, being proposed by North Point Development, will negatively impact this region for years to come, and I'm asking you to vote no. The developers and city officials have touted jobs as one of the main reasons they want this project to move forward. I work in one of the highest paying distribution centers in the area. We currently have 100 vacancies, more than 100 vacancies, for salary and hourly positions that we are having trouble filling. The distribution center job market, as we found out, is oversaturated, and bringing in more warehousing is not the answer. Certainly a project generating this much interest needs careful consideration, especially given the fact that this project was turned down by Elwood. Many other communities, taxing bodies, and veterans groups also oppose this project, as you know. And to conduct all public hearings and council meetings on this issue during a pandemic is irresponsible. and a slap in the face to everyone that would have been here in person. You can spin it any way you want, but I believe it's cowardice that you don't have to face every single person who opposes this project. What happened to Joliet being a good neighbor? Why have some taxing bodies who will be directly impacted by this project not been contacted by North Point? As it's been said, many roads leading in and out of this project are governed by Jackson Township. Where is the community meeting for those residents? The proposed bridge over Route 53 cannot be accomplished by North Point or the city of Joliet without working with neighboring communities and the state of Illinois. Regardless of a closed loop, trucks will find the easiest and quickest route to their destination regardless of signage. I look out my office window every single day at the intersection of Lairway Road and Rowell Avenue. I see truck after truck using Rowell Avenue as a shortcut, despite multiple signs that say no trucks and additional signage showing the weight limit on the Rowell Avenue Bridge. Last week, when an accident closed Route 53, traffic became a free-for-all. Trucks, cars driving in and out of neighborhoods with no regard for signage, traffic signals, or pedestrians. In years past, the city has almost never supported a project of any size unless the residents, city staff, and elected officials were in agreement. Previous projects brought before the city council were sometimes tabled if one person, one resident, showed up to speak against a proposal. Surely a project of this size deserves the same consideration when thousands have opposed it. When Chicagoland Speedway was proposed, meetings were held in the neighborhoods at Route 66 Raceway and at City Hall for more than a year. Many of the people who attended those meetings were not Joliet residents, but their concerns were heard and they were given the same consideration as Joliet residents. It has been stated in the media that this project represents tens of millions of dollars of new money coming into the city. Where is the plan for what North Point will provide in terms of benefits to Joliet residents? Major roads in Joliet, such as Black Road and Rainer Avenue, are crumbling, but I hear nothing from City Hall about a plan for the future. In terms of state and federal roads, it's been stated in the media that the new Humboldt Road Bridge and improvements to Interstate 80 and surrounding roads will make a huge difference in addressing the traffic problem that our region currently has. Some of these projects are being promised by a state government that is broke and taxing its residents out of Illinois. And if those projects do come to fruition, they are many years down the road before we see construction. So why rush this project through during a pandemic?
You're at the 4-minute mark, you wrap it up, please.
Yep. I respectfully ask the mayor and city council to vote no on Compass Business Park and no to North Point on behalf of Joliet residents.
Thank you.
So that concludes the in-person portions. We'll move those to register to be called to speak. I just want to remind you that we did provide more email comments to all of you today as well.
All right, why don't you answer the phones and swear them in directly then? Okay. Thank you.
You have Rebecca on the line?
Rebecca, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Rebecca?
I can hear you.
Hi, Rebecca. I'm going to ask you to state your name, and afterwards I will swear you in, and then you can begin. Rebecca, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can proceed.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Robbins, and I live in unincorporated Jackson Township. First, I do want to thank your officers and staff who were working downstairs last night for being so kind and helpful. It was truly appreciated. I have never lived in Joliet, but I have worked in Joliet for several years, and I am a proud graduate of Joliet Catholic and look forward to our daughter attending in 10 short years. There is so much that I love about Joliet. Your park district, the downtown, the libraries, the Rialto, and the list goes on. And we cannot forget about the great restaurants that we frequent, maybe not so much these days. We may not be residents of Joliet, but we, the residents of Manhattan and Elwood, certainly do spend our money here. Myself, along with friends from both Manhattan and Elwood, have hosted a sold-out golf outing at Inwood for the past 10 years supporting Joliet Hospice and Joliet Field. The bill for that well exceeds $10,000 each year, providing Joliet revenue and bringing golfers from outside the Joliet area to your city to spend money. My husband and I hosted a Santa drive-through this weekend at one of your restaurants. 202 people drove through and picked up a dinner, including 45 Manhattan residents, 47 Elwood residents, and 91 from outside the Joliet city boundaries. leaving only 19 from the city of Joliet. Again, bringing revenue to Joliet from your neighboring communities. These are just small examples of how your neighbors contribute to Joliet. We support you and your organizations, your restaurants, and businesses. We now ask that you be a good neighbor as well and support us in our fight. Joliet has long been known to me as a city of champions, and I have always agreed. I love Joliet, the history, the people, the fun. You have a lot of good. Yes, there are problems. Every city has them. Continue the momentum and build upon that good and continue to problem solve the issues that matter. Building upwards of 1,300 acres of warehouses and approving this without knowing if there will be a bridge will only exacerbate current problems. And before you say it will bring more union jobs, I'm union. My husband is union. I am all for union jobs, but I am for long-term, well-paying jobs. There will be short-term benefits for some unions, but once a warehouse is put up, those union jobs dry up. Most warehouse jobs cannot support a family unless they are receiving government subsidies or have another job. We need well-paying long-term jobs that will attract people to our area. I ask that you do what is right and vote no. And let's be honest, a no vote will cost you a lot of money towards your next financial campaign. But it certainly is doing what is best, not just for Joliet, but for your neighbors. Be a George Bailey, not a Henry Potter. Do not let this be the legacy that you, the council, leave on Joliet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delilah, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can proceed.
My name is Delilah Legret. I live in Jackson Township. I'd like to quickly touch on industrial land currently available. 8,800 acres in Elwood, Joliet, and Wilmington. All of this property technically within intermodal, all on the rail. Let's not pretend these premium, already zoned, already annexed parcels cannot handle an increase in lift capacity. 8,800 acres with existing truck routes nearest the rail and interstate is certainly more desirable than a current 1,200 acre, 8+ miles from the interstate with no clear direction on how traffic will ultimately flow. Jurisdictional transfers of roads by state statute require cooperation between all interested parties. You've heard from the Jackson Township Supervisor and Clerk. You've heard from the Village of Elwood President and Administrator. They don't want an overtake of their roads. Walter Strawn is ours into the Village of Elwood. 1.5 miles of road from the end of the proposed bridge to the boundary of this project is already annexed into the Village of Elwood. That village gets to make the rules. The state, the city of Joliet, North Point, whoever, they do not get to have a jurisdictional transfer of roads without cooperation. By approving this project, you are binding yourself to agreeing to some other alternative. No one seems to know what that alternative is. Since entertaining this project, you've built about 4 million square feet of warehousing along Brandon Road inside Center Point, including Harbor Freight. All of that is in the right location, and you haven't had these crowds of people. You've also turned down the racetrack proposal, headed off a potential zoning change at the country club, and denied a final plat approval for industrial zone property off of Green Road. I can only assume you will be denying the upcoming request for more industrial zoning within the brand new Rock Run project. That goes to the Plan Commission tomorrow. You won't hear me complaining about any of that either. But I do have to wonder, what point of not approving Class's property, already zoned industrial, is no longer advantageous for the city? 1 year? 5 years? 10? How much revenue is it appropriate to continue to reject until North Point figures out their bridge? These kinds of developments have been continuously prioritized over the long-term health and prosperity of individuals and communities. I echo all of the concerns before me. The cost of this project far outweighs the benefits. In the event you do vote yes, and this project is built barring all logic, the project has the potential to affect homeowners like myself. My property that is equipped with a private well is at risk of drying up or being contaminated by pollution from stored trailers that can seep into groundwater. There are seemingly no studies on what impacts of this project will have. FOIA requests for more detail have been denied. The truck parking variance requested is asking for the availability of one truck per 1,500 square feet of building. That is an allowance of tens of thousands of trailers. There are no end users discussed with this project, making it impossible to know what projects will be stored, transferred, or manufactured near my home. At the Plan Commission meeting, Mr. George described a truck terminal in Elwood, west of the proposed project, as extremely loud and a detriment to the surrounding area. He then, at the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting, used this very truck terminal on a slideshow as an example of what theirs would look like. This will clearly not be a clean and quiet operation and should not be allowed in I-1 zoning. I respectfully request a denial of the application before you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Brian on the line.
Brian, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Brian Beretta.
Brian, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brian Beretta. I am a voting taxpayer, an OIF veteran, a current Marine Corps captain, a business owner, and a law-abiding citizen of Manhattan. I am also a mayoral candidate in the April 2021 election. Today, I am speaking on behalf of my wife, Amy, and our 5 children. Like thousands and thousands of others, I strongly oppose the North Point project for many of the same reasons already presented yesterday evening and this afternoon. And I will continue to do everything in my power to stop this project from moving forward, however big or small that effort may eventually be. The North Point plan is incomplete and irresponsible. There are far too many negative impacts and unanswered questions to advance this project in good faith. While voting, I ask that you consider the many issues and concerns presented to you by not only the citizens that elected you to represent them and their best interests, but also that of your neighbors. I ask that you vote no on this annexation and the project in general. Please don't let destroying Will County be your legacy as an elected official and leader. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have William on the phone.
William, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Hi, I'm William Bromer from Joliet.
William, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Proceed.
Hello, I'm Dr. Bill Bromer. I live in Joliet and recently retired from the University of St. Francis after teaching environmental science for 28 years. Because of my research in streams and prairies and restoration areas, I'm very familiar with the southern Joliet, Elwood, Medallion, Tallgrass prairie. I can tell you, driving on 80 and 53 south of downtown Joliet is much more dangerous now than 20 years ago. I want to encourage you to vote no on the Compass Business Park annexation and development. Even though you probably feel like you've heard more than enough and are probably tired of hearing this, I really don't think you getting adequate public participation from Joliet citizens because of the pandemic. I know of very few citizens who support pushing this project through right now. We think you should wait and put a moratorium on all warehouses until the proper planning is completed, like moving Will County. This whole plan is dependent upon 2 bridges, neither of which have been final approval and neither of which have construction has started, one over Des Plaines and one over 53. There is really no rush for this project, but it's interesting that the documents in section 10 says that time is of the essence, and yet they provide no evidence or justification for why time is of the essence. I'm assuming it's because of the almighty God. Vote no and support a moratorium on warehouses. Secondly, approving this shell of a proposal gives the developers too much leeway, and we know they will only act in their own selfish interest. Government is for the good of the people, not for out-of-state corporations. Please show that you care about the people and vote no. Thirdly, this development will negatively affect the most valuable natural resource we have in the area, the Midewin National Tallgrass Prairie. This development infringes on the agricultural border that will protect restoration. These additional trucks will harm air quality and cause significant noise pollution. This buffer is required to maintain the species diversity in the area of Midewin. The bridge will also be an eyesore to the northern gateway of both the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery and Midewin National Tallgrass Prairie. Vote no to preserve the cemetery and Midewin. I understand the economic value of construction and support labor unions, but these big box and road construction jobs will be short-lived and can be built fairly quickly. What jobs will be left? Unfortunately, we see corporations taking advantage of the workers in the current warehouses. Vote no to make sure that we have living wage jobs. Finally, please listen to the public. Vote no for the citizens of Joliet and our neighbors. Because remember, when you vote, we also will be voting. Thank you very much.
Bill, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Jill Bishop.
Jill, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can proceed.
I am Jill Bishop. I'm a Jackson Township resident. I have resided here in Will County my 37 years of life. I have been in this area for over 5 years. Moved away from those trucks. Came to Jackson Township, now informed with more trucks possibly coming from this wonderful North Point. Let me tell you, I went to their presentation in 2017 in Elwood. Guess what? Oh, we're going to add some more curtains, because that's going to make me happy. That's going to stop the trucks and the traffic. Nope. Try driving out on Manhattan National Road over here, in front of my subdivision. It's like saying Russian roulette at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when all the warehouse workers are flying down, going to and from work. 70 miles per hour in a 50? Really, people? That's what we're going to be double and triple if you let this go in. Think about all the good farmland that you're just going to throw away. All those empty warehouses, let's use those first. How about all the extra land and the openness at Center Point? I know Elwood brought in Center Point, but guess what? Learn from their mistakes. The cemetery, what a disgrace to veterans you guys are doing to them. And the Midewin, my God, it's beautiful. My family loves to go there. Well, we're not going to be able to go there as often with all the truck and extra traffic that's going to be occurring. Man, let's still talk about that North Point. Boy, they are just a horrible company. Have you seen their Christmas videos? Wow, that's what you're going to be on next. So the truck.
Jill?
She hung up by accident, but we have Kenny on the line. We'll call it.
We're going to give Jill a call back.
Jill has 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, Krista.
Is Cheryl? Or Candy? I'm sorry, is this Candy?
Cheryl?
Cheryl, can you state your first and last name, please?
Sure, Cheryl Donovan.
Cheryl, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can proceed.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I just wanted to call. I know last time I spent a lot of time writing something very in-depth, very detailed. But in a nutshell, just I'm a mom, I'm a neighbor living in Manhattan, and I just ask you to please use your head, use your heart, and make sure you make the right vote and vote no for North Point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
We now have Candy on the line.
Candy, can you please state your first and last name, please?
Yes. Candy Cartilla?
Candy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can proceed.
Hello?
You can speak.
Okay. I live in Gladale Meadow in Jackson Township in Elwood, in a small subdivision. My family has lived here for more than 30 years, and we chose the area because it's quiet country atmosphere, because we love the farms and the fields, and there was no industry and low traffic volume. My subdivision is small and has no sidewalks. Cautious residents, when driving, were always looking out for the children riding their bikes and playing games and walking on the street. Life has changed in the surrounding area as well as my little subdivision, which is expected. In the last 30 years, we have seen much development, including the Audubon, Chicagoland Speedway, Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery, Medewin National Tallgrass Prairie, and Center Point Intermodal Freight Terminal, considered to be the largest inland port in North America, with more than 325 buildings containing more than 58 million square feet. But we have adjusted, not always willingly, but we have. The quiet, hardship country roads near my home, where I could once enjoy daily walks with my dog and children, are now major routes for hundreds of cars daily racing to the warehouses. Accidents at the corner of Millsdale and Route 53 are sometimes weekly. Traffic backs up on Millsdale daily, which encourages warehouse employees to take a shortcut through my subdivision, and my once quiet street has become a racetrack. The semi-trucks are not allowed on Millsdale. It's clearly marked, but that seems to make little difference. There are other worries. Our crumbling infrastructure cannot handle the already overburdened traffic. North Point's own traffic studies have shown that there will be tens of thousands of more vehicles on our local roads. Trucks will make 53,000 trips each day between the intermodal and the proposed facility. Tax burden will be another concern. This project will not bring much needed tax relief. When tips are included, the developers don't pay taxes. North Point historically does not pay taxes on their projects. North Point has been knocking on our door. No, make that pounding on our door, pushing their way in where they have been rejected by the residents whose homes and property they are trying to take from them. They want us to hand over our farmland and our homes, some family-owned for generations. They want us to give up our fresh air and our chosen lifestyle. In trade, we get more crime, congestion, pollution, crumbling roads, higher taxes. We get more accidents, a barrage of wayward trucks and warehouse employees endangering our families and property. Does that sound like a bargain to you? My questions for the board members as well as citizens assembled here are, if you lived in my area, wouldn't you fight for your subdivision, neighborhood, street, or your farm? Would your children's safety and well-being be worth the fight? If they were going to build a warehouse within feet of your dream home in the country, how would you feel? Would it be okay for hundreds of cars to literally race down your street daily at all hours of the day and night? Do you have any idea at all how it feels to see your neighbors involved in a fatal truck or car accident? It's easy to turn your head the other way when you are not personally or physically affected by the change that is about to happen. If you live on the far west side of Joliet, the issues we face here in Elwood and Manhattan will have little impact on your daily life. But I ask you to put yourself in our place. Have no compassion or sense of doing the right thing. It is the board member's job to listen to the local people who...
And the 4 minutes is up. If you can wrap it up, please.
To listen to the ideas, opinions, and to seriously discuss the issues and make decisions keeping in mind the people most directly affected. I respectfully ask you to do your job responsibly with much concern for those of us who live here and who have repeatedly expressed our opposition to North Point.
Thank you.
Will you please hear us?
Thank you.
Vote no.
We got to go down.
2:20.
Jill, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. You have 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on your call. You can begin.
All right, thank you. Jill Bchi. Sorry for not having promotion there. Well, for example, the local people who spoke talked about, would you want this by your home? I'm sorry, this is by my home. I feel like we have more say than what you guys do. You guys are looking for the almighty dollar. We are looking for a life of community and our families.
This is not about the almighty dollar to us. We want to be safe. We want to be heard. And you guys have the job and you are doing that. Please vote no for North Point and think about if this was your family living out here, would you want this? Probably not. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Michelle on the line.
Michelle, this is Krista from the city of Joliet.
Yes,
Can you state your first and last name,
yes,
please?
Steve. Hi, yes, my name is Michelle Coldwater.
Michelle, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
Am I okay to speak?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay, sorry. All right, good evening. I just wanted to call in and just put on the record that once again, I am opposed to this project. I thought long and hard about honestly what I wanted to say today, and it just seems like really no matter what I write or say, I'm just not really sure it's going to make a difference to you all. I think you've already made your mind up. You're not listening to your constituents. You're not listening to people in the footprint of this project. It baffles me how little you seem to care. We watch you every time, every meeting, and you guys just don't seem to care that we're speaking. You don't seem to care how passionately we do not want this project. Just say no to North Point, stop North Point, myself and so many others in this project's footprint, thousands and thousands of us, have called in over the past year or two. We've taken time out of work, we've taken time away from children, we've taken time out of our personal lives to write something, to call in. We have told you over and over again, we vehemently do not want this project. And you keep ignoring us. You keep sitting there when we can see you. And like, it just doesn't, it seems like we're such a burden to you. I guess we are begging you to side with us, to side with your constituents, the people who elect you, the people that pay the taxes, that pay your salary. We are the people who will be most directly and negatively affected by Compass Business Park. The American dream is not to be surrounded by warehouses and desk containers and loud engines and light and sound pollution. I know everyone in this community works their butts off to get their dream homes, and it feels like you're trying to destroy everything we worked so hard for. I just hope that you can take the time to listen to us tonight and actually listen. This is about more than money. This is about community. This is about, North Point has repeatedly said things and gone back on their words in both old projects and this continuous project, and when we're trying to push this through at Elwood. So please stop acting like every question is a huge imposition that we ask you. Stop staring at your phone. Stop scoffing anytime you don't like what we say, because we can hear you very, very clearly in case you weren't aware. And mostly just listen and sympathize with your constituents and their worries and fears about this project. Please vote no to North Point. Thank you.
Mary, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Sure. Thank you. My name is Mary Baskerville, and I am speaking for myself and as an active member of the Will County Environmental Network.
Mary, can you state...
A correction of fact needs to be made. The concerns listed by the Department of Veterans Affairs, National Cemetery Administration,
Mary, I need
clearly
to...
point. Yes?
Can I swear you in first before you begin speaking, please? Do you swear to tell
sure, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can proceed.
Okay. A correction of fact needs to be made. The concerns listed by the Department of Veterans Affairs, National Cemetery Administration, clearly point to the proximity of the bridge, not the parcel 2 miles away. More important is the realization that the proposed bridge over Route 53 is designed to carry all the expected truck traffic over the bridge and onto Walter Strong Drive, moving past the expansion and next to future graves of the veterans at the Abraham Lincoln.
Mostly be warehouses. Warehousing is becoming fully automated. Just take a look at Amazon. Warehousing is for the imports of goods from China and around the world. It's cutting our exports of corn, wheat, and soybeans. We cannot eat concrete. Our taxes are going up. We did not get that tax cut that the rich did. We cannot continue to pay to fix the roads. Thank you. Bye.
Margie on the line.
Margie, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Yes, Margie Seapon from Joliet.
Margie, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You can begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. During the Special Plan Commission meeting 2 weeks ago, a very brief overview of an uncompleted water study regarding North Point's water usage was provided by an engineer representing North Point. And I must say, I was surprised at how little information was actually provided, since our dwindling Joliet water supply is a critical and pressing issue. So, at that meeting, I asked several questions because I wanted to know if North Point's usage as a new user could shorten the 10-year projected period left on our city's water supply. The questions I asked were about low and higher water use projections, as well as requirements for the fire suppression system. However, the answers received were, I don't know, or the city is working on a comprehensive water study. So the consistent message has been heard many times that industrial water use is much lower than residential usage. This is a huge new user. It's not just a warehouse or two. And since I did not see the water study in the agenda packet for this meeting, I am assuming the water study is still not completed. So, without full information, how are Joliet residents to be assured that this project won't result in a potential water crisis for the city before we can even tap onto the new water source? Also, could wells of city residents not connected to the city water actually dry up? Therefore, I'm just puzzled as to how a vote can be taken on this project without this information and without making this information readily available to the residents. Thank you for your time.
Yes, Stephanie, everyone.
Stephanie, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Stephanie Irvine.
Stephanie, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
My name is Stephanie Irvine, and I am speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Jason Oikes. We live near the proposed project, and my husband is part owner of property at Green and Ridge Road. We deserve the opportunity to fully assess the impact to our property and to be able to defend our rights before this council. Since the council has deviated from the way the previous public hearings were conducted by making a surprise distinction between interested parties and the general public, I emailed my original comments before the start of last night's meeting, so I don't doubt you've had time to review it. The lack of public access to studies that would show the impact of this project's uses, as well as the deficient, ambiguous, and frankly incomplete application, have made it impossible to fully gauge how this project will impact our rights. This project hinges on a bridge of access to the intermodal, and Joliet will be bound to this agreement for all 1360 acres, plus future additional parcels, even if Eastgate is unable to obtain access. They were already denied this by the Village of Elwood. Though it's subject to litigation, it in no way guarantees the outcome and access they seek. It's worth mentioning that having one government overturn another municipality's decision would set a remarkable precedent, one that would shatter the foundations of local government and level the last bastions of true public representation, the very grounds that give you the seats you sit in today. Eastgate has not discussed an alternate bridge location, nor have they conducted feasibility studies, because there isn't one and it's not possible. It might behoove you to take a spin on Google Earth to see just how many obstacles eliminate the viability of a bridge in any other location. Looking at a map will show no other town, including Wilmington, can do this aside from Joliet as well. What would be annexed today is not a substantial part of the project, meaning Joliet will not get any of the $5 million until they somehow gain contiguity south of the FAA property,
which would require Joliet to annex corner to corner. Why rush to approve now? Eastgate just wants blind approval without having the prerequisite access or infrastructure and with no benefit to the area or the city. My husband and I have sincere concerns that this project's water demands could dry up our well, as we do not know North Point's required usage. Our well could become contaminated from oil and diesel runoff from the park and or potentially hazardous materials leaking from stored containers. And since part of this project was paved over a floodplain, there is a serious concern that this could flood our nursery property. Unusable property, whether it's our home that has no water or a nursery that can't grow anything, isn't worth much, if anything. The increase in diesel pollution could negatively impact my health, as I have asthma and at times require an inhaler. The light pollution impacts the enjoyment and character of my home. The traffic congestion from the warehouse workers and trucks for this project would impact my ability to safely get to my job in Joliet. Despite Mr. George's magic math, there will be an increase on our local, township, county, and state roads. When my husband and I bought our house, we did our due diligence. This area was supposed to be a buffer for Medellin. Eastgate intends to rob us of everything we have worked for while smirking at our despair. Their appropriate behavior is utterly disgusting and reprehensible. If you vote for this project, you are no better. Ultimately, this rezoning indicates a deprivation of our property rights because it would alter the essential character of the locality and change the landscape of our homes and properties so drastically that you might as well condemn it. For all we know, that's part of the larger plan, since Joliet is bound to support both eminent domain and condemnation by this agreement. To approve annexation and rezoning against all other recommendations and without completing the necessary studies would be both arbitrary and capricious. Vote no. Thank you.
We have Andy on the line.
Andy, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Hi, Mandy Amato, Manhattan, Illinois.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You can proceed.
Good evening. The people of this immediate area, state, and all across this great nation are tired of being ignored, pushed aside, and taken advantage of by the people of its local, state, and federal government. It is your duty as elected officials to respectfully listen to your people. Your lack of professionalism, lack of compassion, and lack of basic respect has been demonstrated repeatedly over the course of over a year. We have begged and pleaded with you not to destroy the lives we have built for ourselves, some for generations. No one has stepped foot on farms, neighborhoods, or schools that this will directly affect most. 2020 has taken so much from us all, and here we are still fighting to preserve our quality of life from you all. Your complete disregard for the gravity of what you're taking away from your neighbors is deplorable. Your attempt to push this through in a time when people are most vulnerable and have experienced unprecedented loss is even more disgusting. Not to mention the lack of safe infrastructure, the disrespect to our national cemeteries, the veterans, their families, and not to forget the effects to Medellin. The majority says no, loud and clear. However, you refuse to listen. The enormity of evidence provided before you over the course of more than a year speaks loudly. The time to listen is now. It is time to say no to North Point. Thank you.
I believe we have Mike on the call. Mike, can you state your first and last name, please?
Hello, Mike Adrianson. I live in Manhattan, Illinois.
Mike, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You begin.
Hello, my name is Mike Adrianson. In the interest of full disclosure, I am a candidate for mayor of Manhattan. I've been a resident of Manhattan for over 15 years, and I think I speak for many of our residents when I say none of us want the North Point project to move forward, especially when the company is not negotiating in good faith. We love our small town and have strong concerns over a project this size and the impact it'll have in our village. There are a lot of unanswered questions and a tremendous amount of information lacking in how this project will impact our community from traffic concerns to potentially the environment? In addition, how will this affect areas such as public safety, fire protection, and truck traffic? I would hope, in the spirit of Christmas and just being good neighbors, that this government body would listen to the concerns our residents have shared throughout the duration of this project. I would ask the council to give great consideration to what you are doing with respect to your official votes and actions on how this will impact your neighbors, the residents of Manhattan. I thank you for allowing me to express my concerns, and I hope you give strong consideration with your neighbors, what your neighbors will have to deal with if you move forward with this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Sandra, this is Krista from the city.
This is Sandy Costa.
Sandra, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You can begin.
Mr. Mayor, council representatives, we in Joliet keep hoping that you hear us. We ask that you develop lands and businesses in ways that will benefit the whole community. We keep hoping you will listen. As we are so near the winter solstice and the earth seems quiet in the early dark of each evening, we remember that our ancestors used this darkness to share their stories. Our ancestors listened to each other and to the land. They learned what to plant, where, and when. They were far from perfect people, but what they did do well was pay attention. Where did the dangers lie? What did the small band of people need the most? And how were they to attain it? Those who did not heed the wisdom did not fare well in the dangerous wintertime. When Joliet tells you that North Point would make traffic even more dangerous for us all, listen. When Joliet tells you that we realize someday we'll be paying for the infrastructure that supports North Point, listen. When Joliet tells you that we know that existing studies say our roads cannot support current traffic, but would never support the additional North Point traffic, listen. When Joliet tells you that warehouse jobs do not contribute to the local economy or tax base and create unsafe conditions for workers, listen. When Joliet tells you that destroying our neighbors' farms and our own air quality for someone else's profit is a bad idea, listen. When Joliet tells you that drainage tiles create flooding and that our water supplies are crucial to the survival of us all, listen. When Joliet tells you that our precious assets such as Medewin, Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery, all Joliet attractions, and Forest Preserve District are unduly threatened by North Point, listen. When Joliet tells you we've learned that unchecked warehouse development endangers travelers and produces almost no livable wage jobs, listen. Heed the wisdom. Say no to North Point. Thank you.
Josh, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Josh Hendrick.
Josh, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can begin.
Yeah, I'm calling to voice my opposition to this obviously horrible project. As a resident of Will County, I work part-time at the Rialto Theater. I visit downtown Joliet restaurant, take my family to slammer scenes and other events in Joliet. When I take the metro into the city, I park and ride at the Joliet station. My wife attended University of St. Francis, where we also regularly attend alumni events. Our voice and our opinion matter just as much on this project as Joliet residents. And for any residents who live on the south or the east side of Joliet, or south of Joliet in general, those opinions should matter even more so because this project obviously affects those people way more than someone on the west or the north side of Joliet. There are a few things that amaze me about this project. The first is the absolute urgency with which it is being pushed through. This is a global pandemic we're in. I work for a government agency. We're a taxing body. You know what we're not doing? We're not making huge decisions that affect tens of thousands of people during a pandemic. This is ridiculous. I think back to April when this process first started, or at least with Joliet, and to quote Will County Circuit Judge John Anderson from back then, having this meeting in the way the city has decided is shady, does a disservice to the public. And here we are, basically in the same situation we were in April, and you're doing the exact same thing. Your city hall has been closed since November 20th. This is ridiculous. I'm amazed you continue to rammed through this project despite opposition from taxing bodies, politicians, and various organizations. By my count, there are 8 taxing bodies, 6 elected officials, and 20 organizations against this. How much opposition does it take for you to realize that nobody wants this? In addition, how many hours of testimony have you listened to? From April till now. After all this opposition from people and organizations, are you really just going to say, yep, all done, we both approved this project, we're good? You were elected to represent the people. The people don't want this. And with regard to taxing bodies, you've got 2 school districts, Elwood District 203 and Laraway District 70P, which is in Joliet. They are formally opposed to this project. Those are your own community's kids you're doing this to. This is ridiculous. I believe everyone on this council has kids. Do you want to live next to this project with your kids? Do you want to move down here and live next to this? You want them breathing in all the additional diesel particulate pollution from all these additional trucks? North Point, Eastgate, whatever you want to call it, they can build their alleged closed loop system and keep trucks off the road. But you know what doesn't leave the loop system? The whole pollution, all that diesel, it stays here. It doesn't go out with the closed loop. We have to breathe it in every day. You want your kids playing on the playground with this monstrosity of trucks and pollution within a half mile of your kids breathing in this pollution? Of course you wouldn't. I mean, you can't do this to kids. Others have and will continue to talk about the various damaging effects of this project. I'm not going to repeat all those facts and figures. There's too many. What I will say is you're violating basic human rights by pursuing this project. You have a right to pursue interests that are beneficial to Joliet. I get that. But you can't take a dump on all the communities and people that this negatively affects. You don't have the right to make that decision. You can't harm others in pursuit of this project. That's basic rights theory. Ethics 101. If you vote yes, you'll negatively affect tens of thousands of people for multiple years for extremely very short-term financial gain. And even that's debatable. I end this by appealing to you to show basic human decency. Treat others how you would want to be treated. It's not that hard. Vote no to North Point.
Justin, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Justin Young from the Village of Manhattan.
Justin, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Justin Young, and I am a 30-year resident in the Village of Manhattan. I'm also a candidate for the Village of Manhattan as well. Today I'm going to speak as a private citizen and do not represent any elected body of Manhattan. I want to thank the City of Joliet for allowing me to exercise my First Amendment right and speak out in opposition of this planned development we're looking to vote on tonight. I know it's not been easy for you guys, but unfortunately, when you go against the will of the people, this is what you're left with. I'm not going to sit here and repeat and highlight all the examples of the dereliction of duty. I think all the others have done a very good job doing that. And honestly, I think you guys know deep down your heart as well. What I want to focus my time on is talking about honesty, respect, being a good municipal neighbor, and voting when all the facts are available. Let's start with honesty. In June 2017, the mayor was quoted when being asked about the Penny North Point project. He said, "We have no plans, no one has approached us, and we have enough trucks on the road already." To say the closed loop bridge will not increase traffic into our area is a lie. Last time I checked, trucks have tires, they do not fly to and from their destination. Employees, by the hundreds, will be coming and going from this development. What changed? Did your roads expand overnight? Did I-80 become 8 lanes through Joliet? Did Route 53 expand after it was washed away in a rainstorm? I suspect your answers are no. With that being said, I think it's fair to say you lied. How are we supposed to believe anything you say about this development moving forward? Not to question your motives, that's just a reek of desperation. Let's talk a little bit about respect. A few of you continuously point your nose in the air when someone from Manhattan or Elwood calls to stand up or speak before you. One would ask why. Your often response is, well, people from out of town are the only ones opposing this. That's not true. But should it really matter? Is building a giant garage on your property line and putting the driveway in your neighbor's property? Is that being a good neighbor? Should all opinions be respectfully heard and considered? I believe so. Let's talk about being a municipal neighbor. You have an obligation to your citizens, but you also have one to your municipal neighbors. You are virtually ruining people's lives. The funding you're going to be looking for in regards to road expansions of highways are state and local funded projects. That means people outside of Joliet are paying for those and in default have a say. You're taking county and state money and ignoring our concerns. Here's an example of how a good municipal neighbors currently work and should continue to work. When there's a fire in Joliet and you need support of Manhattan or Elwood, we come running. If there's an emergency that happens in Joliet, you have neighboring towns that will come help you. For you to ignore our concerns and play it off like we should have no say in Joliet's stifled plans to forcefully invade our communities by approving this irresponsible development, then maybe you do not deserve the help from your neighbors. Or maybe you don't deserve the money from the state or the county. Maybe Joliet should build this development in the middle of their downtown. If Will County did not fill a good chunk of your buildings downtown or invest in a multi-million-dollar courthouse downtown, your downtown would be vacant and depressed. Will County knew that, and they're good municipal neighbors, and that's why they reinvested in your town. Here's some facts. I know there's some rumors floating around about Wilmington possibly taking the project or one of the other towns, but that's just simply not true. So why rush to this? Study this. Wait for the bridge decision. Execute a full traffic study. I'm asking as a neighbor for you to vote and table this until you have all the facts. Do you want your legacy to be based on uninformed information? Do not trust what North Point is telling you. Trust the independent studies and the staff that is fighting for you in Joliet. In closing, let's remember those who have died in car accidents due to overcrowded road conditions, those who will die from future accidents caused by unsafe road conditions and the result of this massive development, those who will have cancer from carbon monoxide poisoning and contaminated drinking water due to lack of oversight and infrastructure in place to handle the biblical amount of pollution this development can be putting in our air and our drinking water. And to our grandparents, our aunts, our uncles, our brothers, our sisters, and our children that are buried in the National Cemetery that will no longer be able to rest in peace. Use your brain, open your eyes, and your hearts. Respectfully, Justin Young. Thank you.
Catherine, this is Krista from the City of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Katherine P.
Catherine, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can begin.
Hi, my name is Jody Bchi, and I'm asking you to vote no to North Point. One would think, after the first botched agreement, a good leader would have taken this time to figure out an estimated budget, including the taxes gained after all the exemptions, along with the cost of the safety personnel and buildings, the major infrastructure issues, including a bridge in a completely different village, the impact on the water supply for the residents, the irreversible environmental damage to a flourishing tallgrass prairie, and the negative health implications on the very young children in a nearby school. Yet, here we are, again, without any answers, details, plans, or budgets to these extremely important issues. Will you take the time to properly plan and prepare for a project that will change the face of Will County as we know it, like a good leader should, and vote no to North Point? Or will you set Joliet up, and let's be honest, the whole surrounding area for its entire demise by being another pay-to-play politician? Vote no to North Point. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Ed, this is Krista from the City of Joliet. Can you please state your first and last name, please?
My name is Ed Janolis, and I actually live in unincorporated Jackson Township in the footprint of the proposed Eastgate Logistics Park.
Ed, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may begin.
I am very upset that I was not considered an interested party, and I'm not happy with the Joliet's process on deciding who was and who wasn't. I can look out my window and see the land that they're converting into concrete warehouses every single day of my life. In the last 3 years, I and my neighbor's property values have decreased by 20%. Mr. George, as part of your position of helping out the nearby residents, what is North Point's plan to either compensate for these resident losses or otherwise recover the losses in other ways? No one's knocking on my door offering to purchase my property saying, gee, it's where I want to live, next to a warehouse where trucks driving to and from daily on an accelerated basis, air pollution, noise pollution, high volume truck traffic. It's amazing. I want to point out a number of items from the contract that implement us and everybody. Burns, a 60-foot wide burn adjacent to residential properties. In Major League ball field, that is the distance between a pitcher's mound and home base. that's going to stop anything? And for reference, if my house was positioned 20 or 30 feet from my property line, then I would be 80 to 90 feet from my house to the warehouse. That's equal to the distance between first base and home base. In addition, flood control that we talk about later cannot be managed and properly executed in a 60-foot buffer land. Berms should be changed to no less than 200 feet, and I still think that's too much, but that's at least 2/3 the length of a football field. Some other contract deals. With this contract, repeatedly, North Point discussed that they will be constructing streets which will be able to sustain 100,000 pounds of trucks. Just referring to construction material as Portland cement concrete. The streets and the quality of the concrete is going to determine how well the streets set up. While North Point has many addendums to this project, I do not see one of the specifications for the concrete. Just saying Portland concrete is insufficient in any well-designed document for concrete construction. It should add elements including mixed base, such as 5 bags, 6 bags, or 7 bags of Portland per a weight structure. It should have slump tests included, which is a measure to help measure the strength of the concrete. A big area of mine and of many of my co-people will be with the millions of square feet of farmland which currently absorb and replenish our wells. This will be disrupted by millions of square feet of concrete in the form of parking lots and buildings replacing our farmland. This will greatly decrease our watershed replacement. If this loss occurs to our properties, it would render my property useless. If I lose my water, I can't feed my animals, I can't live, I can't take a shower. In the contract, it states that a well may be done for this project. If this happens, the water does run out, what contingencies does Mayor Odeford have for the future residents to sustain our property to live and function on? I don't suppose he'll answer that. With the loss in the natural absorption of farmland, replacement of farmland with concrete and other non-forest material, flooding becomes a
you're at the
unknown fact.
Hello, you're at the 4-minute mark. Could you wrap it up, please?
No, I can't wrap it. I'm an interested person, and I have more to talk about. I want to talk about noise pollution and air pollution and light pollution. When I call up to complain about it, does Joliet even...
Jim, can you state your first and last name, please?
Jim Baltus.
Jim, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Baltus, you're a roadways commissioner for Manhattan Township, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you should have been called earlier with the interested parties. That was an oversight. We apologize for that. You can go ahead with your statement. You'll be given a reasonable amount of time to present any evidence and ask questions of any witnesses. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'll keep it as short as possible. My name is Jim Baltus, Road Commissioner of Manhattan Township, and I am calling to speak out against the North Point development and ask Joliet to be a good neighbor to its surrounding communities. Manhattan Township residents regularly patronize your businesses by shopping in your stores, eating at restaurants, buying gas, or attending festivals put on by many of your community partners. Many Manhattan residents work in your city so they can enjoy what Joliet has to offer. But by bringing in North Point, you are cutting off access to people outside the city to support you. It is already becoming increasingly difficult to get to Joliet from Interstate 80, Route 52, or Route 53 because of the truck traffic. I have the responsibility of maintaining and improving over 50 miles of road in Manhattan Township. Infrastructure in our area is crumbling from inadequacy to accommodate the current traffic of only halfway built out center point. By bringing in a project twice the magnitude will only cripple it, even though North Point says it will be a closed loop. Center Point is supposed to be a closed loop, and it doesn't work. Many trucks already use the township roads as a shortcut to the intermodal, even though all the roads in Manhattan Township are posted with a 12-ton load limit. Trucks do not read the billboards that direct them to I-55 and Arsenal Road. They do not read the signs that say no trucks. Trucks will use the South and East Township roads looking for the shortest route to save themselves time and money. I cannot police my roads, and the Sheriff's Department does not have the resources to stop these road trucks. A study by the U.S. General Accounting Office has determined the road damage caused by a single 18-wheeler was equivalent to damage caused by 9,600 cars, or where an 80,000-pound truck compared to a 4,000-pound car is 20 times heavier and would cause 160,000 times more the road damage. According to the data compiled by the National Highway Traffic Study Administration, trucks cause the worst damage to today's roadways than the individuals that travel them. In 2014, 3,903 people were killed in truck-related accidents, with another 111,000 injuries. One analysis contends that freight hauling trucks cause 99% of the wear and tear, but only pay for 35% of the maintenance. Another study noted by Texas A&M Transportation Institute stated average traffic by large trucks on non-arterial roads increased by 16% from 2000 to 2012. Please do not put this burden of road repairs or loss of safety onto the people of Will County. Just one more thing. A few years ago, City of Joliet annexed a portion of Cherry Hill Road from Jackson Township. Today, that road is still gravel. It seems to me with the damage being done to existing roads that the City of Joliet is already unable to improve and maintain its current roads. In the year 2020, do the costs outweigh the gains for the City of Champions to be the proud owner of gravel roads? Say no to North Point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Terry, this is Krista from the City of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Yes, Geraldine Amici Jones.
Geraldine, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You begin.
Hi. Okay. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Again, my name is Geraldine Amici Jones. I am formerly in Homer Glen, but I am from Joliet. I am a Will County resident, a taxpayer, and a voter. And on behalf of my children and grandchildren, and my father, Ted Michi, a World War II veteran of the Air Force, Army Air Force, B-17 gunner, and still a resident of the Joliet area. My mother is also buried in our Abraham Lincoln Cemetery. With all the data and surveys presented before me that I've listened to, I am also concerned with the infrastructure, the traffic, the habitat for wildlife, water quality, and my taxes, and also the cemetery where my mother and hopefully and soon my father will be, and keeping it peaceful and tranquilly as it was meant to be. I stand opposed to North Point, and I ask that you also vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jim, this is Krista from the City of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please? Is this Jim?
Jim Robbins.
Jim, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can proceed.
I'm Jim Robbins, and I'm chairman of the Will South Cook Soil and Water Conservation District. And we as a district oppose the North Point project because of three main points. The first being the removal of high-quality farmland from production, some of the best in the county. Also, the interruption and the destruction of drainage in the area and water quality with its construction and operation. And the third point is the disruption of Centennial Family Farm-owned farm operations. Farms that have been operated for over 100 years, spanning generations of farmers. With these reasons, we as a district oppose North Point being put in the area they are. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Dan, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Dan McCarron, Jackson Township.
Dan, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may begin.
I would like to request more than 4 minutes to address the board contemplating North Point. It's been stated by Joliet's board that there are 3 classes of speakers, and I feel that I am being classified as in the third group, and I feel that that's discrimination.
I'm sorry, sir.
North Point has the,
I'm sorry, sir. That's public comment, and everyone's getting 4 minutes this evening.
Thank you. If Out of Point, North Point has the ear of Joliet employees inside and outside of the meeting with 0 time restraint, I take exception of discriminating against any person that has his skin in the affected area. Please be advised that this hearing has offered almost 0 information, plans, or studies, or any engineering that the public can review before commenting. A hearing format, phone, audio, and then tech issues is unfair. All should be given full access. Politicians get paid regardless of COVID. Many people are shut out of work with no pay. If COVID prevents a full transparency hearing, don't call a hearing that is little more than a game of thimble rig and use COVID for cover. Thanks to the council persons who have served our country and American citizens, I recently learned of one of Joliet's officials who is a veteran and perhaps an attorney. Those who serve maybe are aware of a game of shells and peas that's called thimble rig. This game often involves wagering, and incorporates a confidence scam used to perpetrate fraud. This scam game came to mind on December 15th, about 8:58, while listening to the Lamont meeting, and Mayor Odie Kirk and members discussed budgeting and spending and trying to maneuver to basically at least budget money Joliet does not have. And in this conversation, they're trying to move things around so that they can hold a high bond rating. These plots are being laid out. Joliet could borrow more money at a lower bond interest rate, so money Joliet does not have can be spent and financed by taxpayers. That sounds like the thimble rig game. I have many cogent objections to North Point. The board is fairly limiting the public input. The residents should have the ability to overlook all agreements, maps, and illustrations, and traffic studies, etc., for the development of North Point before the meeting begins. There should be a setting of give and take between the council and the residents. The citizen spokesperson is denied the right to look the council in the eye due to the COVID plan. North Point is not an emergency. Long ago, the American Indians were largely fooled into giving up their lands and beautiful habitat for a wagon load of deeds and a pile of blankets. The innocent, trusting Indians were destroyed by politicians and greedy businessmen. Joliet and North Point are just grabbing from the Will County folks that know better, and we don't even get the blankets and the deeds. Joliet erred by putting Amazon where it is. The roads in the area don't handle Amazon traffic volume. Police block out lanes regularly to force traffic congestion on the Route 53 to afford special concessions for North Point. Amazon is also operating on the NASCAR track. It's an obvious indicator of unplanned overflow truck traffic and trailer traffic flooding the area. This parking over at the track involves parking in mud and on unpaved areas, and then they're pulling out into the streets. Joliet has not and is not maintaining Route 53 in the area around I-80. Current roads are jammed with trucks and the roads are crumbling. Joliet fails to cite trucks running off truck routes. Truckers running through the area either can't read, and that's a CDL violation, or simply refuse to obey laws and posted signs and are largely allowed to do whatever they choose because the police
Sir, could you wrap it up, please? Your 4 minutes are up. Could you wrap it up, sir?
Business. Yeah, I'll wrap up by saying that we need more than 4 minutes to speak, and anybody, we should not be getting discriminated against.
All right.
Thank you.
Dan, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your first and last name? Is this Dan? Dan, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please? Caller on the line, can you state your first and last name?
Hello, this is Joe Kinsella. I'm from Manhattan, Illinois.
Joe, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can begin.
I'd like to start by thanking the Joliet City Council for hearing us. This, as the previous caller suggested, is something that is important to us, and our voice needs to be heard. That actually is the core of my complaint. I'm a century farm owner. My family has been in the Manhattan area since 1860, and I'm offended that Joliet would try to impose on my community how we are to grow and the ways that our community will go about. The installation of North Point will impact my community in 3 ways. It will impact me environmentally. You will destroy acres and acres of gorgeous farmland that gives oxygen to our environment, and that keeps us alive. And while North Point says that the closed loop system will solve traffic problems, which are both environmental and safety problems, this is not anything we haven't already heard. The vibrations, the air pollution, and simply the degradation of our living environment by this increase in truck traffic is appalling. Again, that Joliet City Council would suggest that they have a right to dictate how my community grows and changes. Our rights, thirdly, our rights as citizens to have input. As the previous caller suggested, you have not given us, as citizens of Manhattan, adequate input into this imposition into my community. And I'm frankly sick and tired of you dictating the way my community is going to grow. I'm appalled that the Joliet City Council would make this kind of decision, or even to contemplate this kind of decision on the people of Manhattan, on behalf of the people of Manhattan and Elwood. And I ask that you'd show some respect for your neighbors, just as we're learning the irrespective, lack of respect this COVID pandemic has displayed our community's lack of care about our neighbor, lack of care about the environment in which we live. I would hope that the Joliet City Council would show some respect for the people of Manhattan, your neighbors, and vote no on North Point.
Skip, this is Krista from
Hello.
the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
My name is Skip Huckbauer.
Skip, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can begin.
Okay. Hello. My name is Skip Huckbauer. I am a member of a local veterans post as chaplain in Joliet, Illinois. I'm a resident of Joliet, and I'm also a voting judge for the 35th precinct. I have been before you many times before to try to stop this program. Rather than trying to state the same thing to you again and again, I decided to take the advantage of my veterans group and head towards Washington. I had communication between my veterans organization and the National Legislation Branch in Washington, D.C. Through their counsel, I have decided to write letters to Governor Pritchard, Senator Durbin, and the rest of the senators that were supporting this program. So I'd like to read you a letter that I had sent to them. My name is Skip Huckbauer. I'm a member of the local veterans post as chaplain of Joliet, Illinois. I communicate to several veterans groups in Crest Hill and some to whom I just recently lost at the VA in LaSalle. During the start of the pandemic, I had little contact with these veterans that go back to World War II. The best I can do is send them letters and birthday cards. Their family members of those who are left behind come to my post, have concerns the North Point project you supported. The question I present to you today, why did you endorse a North Point project, 3,000 to 5,000 semi-trucks a day, a quarter mile away from the only entrance and blocking off future expansion of Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery, the third largest national cemetery in the nation, is disgraceful. I have no words to defend such disregard that will last over 100 years of the expected function of the cemetery. Over 400,000 of our nation's finest who took the oath to honor and defend this great country will be laid to rest by them. In 2016, graves were damaged by semi-trucks that entered the cemetery looking for a shortcut into Center Point, now North Point, shown on the Google Maps that does not exist. More damage to the sacred property by other trucks doing the same thing in 2018. Trucks continue to try this on a weekly basis even today. The VA recently sent a letter of objection outlining these very same points to you as well, yet you still failed to respond to this especially important issue. The pandemic is not an acceptable answer, nor is your silence on this matter. The city of Joliet has been quite successful, keeping this only as a local matter to the surrounding towns as an inconvenience. This not only affects the National Cemetery, but also Midland National Tallgrass Prairie. Midland is the first national tallgrass prairie ever designated in the U.S. and the largest conservation site in the Chicago wilderness region, hosting bison, birds, as well as rare plants. Why would anybody want to destroy this with air pollution, discarded truck tires, and noise and traffic congestion? A closed-loop traffic system proposed and privately funded by North Point will not work. Like many privately funded projects that fail in the state, the rest of us must pick up the pieces. Technology is changing America at an unprecedented pace as well as demand. Endorsed project limits the future and destroys the past. I say vote no. Now, I would like to thank the people who helped me in this research. First off is my veterans group in the National Legislation Branch in Washington, D.C., the Illinois State and National in Kansas City, President Donald Trump's comrades who gave me access to the VA in Washington, D.C., the VA in Indianapolis, Indiana, the Illinois Department of Transportation in Springfield, who instructed me that because of the privately funded bridge, that they do not have to follow any Federal Highway Safety Act, which includes materials or inspections. The 8th District Bridge Office in St. Louis, the City of Elwood, and the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery. Thank you.
Liz, this is Krista from the City of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Liz Fromer.
Liz, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
Okay, I want to talk tonight about Edgerton, Kansas, which certain chosen representatives visited earlier this year. North Point and their proponents have positioned their Edgerton location as an ideal North Point development. Area newspapers were filled with propaganda about the tour. Comparing us to Edgerton is like comparing apples and oranges. Here's a quick history. North Point first went to Gardner, Edgerton's neighbor, and they said no. Edgerton took North Point's deal. Fast forward to present day. While Gardner home values and population have been rising, Edgerton is stagnant. Everyone, you just have to Google Edgerton, Kansas, new home construction. I checked today, and there are no matching results. That was true before COVID, and it's still the case today. This is contrary to assertions from North Point and those pushing this project about the construction of houses in Edgerton. I've checked Zillow for months, and there's just no new construction there. Who wants to build a house around warehouses? The surrounding towns are growing, but not Edgerton. In fact, after Edgerton's development was built, landowners and residents complained of flooding, light pollution, and warehouses literally in their backyard. When the adjacent land is devalued, North Point can then buy it for pennies on the dollar and increase their footprint. In fact, last year, North Point broke ground on another giant logistics park in Edgerton. So if you approve this, this is just the beginning. We are incredibly different geographically from Edgerton. A critical point is that those Edgerton warehouses are located near interstates. I ask you to take your time, don't vote today. Take a look at the map to see the glaring differences in the Kansas and Illinois locations. The warehouses they want to build are nowhere near interstates. In fact, their location is morally indefensible. Here's why. It's less than a mile from a grade school. I understand that those are kids in Manhattan, and in the last vote back in April, some on the city council were very focused on whether speakers were from Joliet or surrounding areas. I ask you, does it matter? These children are human beings who would be going to school in a cloud of truck fumes from North Point. Studies show that kids have smaller lungs and faster breathing rates, so they're quickly impacted by pollution. Also sandwiched near the footprint is Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery. I checked, there's no national cemetery in Edgerton, Kansas. There are multiple veteran funerals here every day. It's reprehensible that you're forcing this meeting through virtually, because I'm certain that the veterans who have shown up again and again for past meetings will be sitting right there in front of you today. This way you don't have to look them in the eye when you vote, any of us really. Will County has been given the honor of a national cemetery, and the federal government has said that they have plans for future phases of the cemetery that will conflict with the bridge that North Point so desperately wants. According to an August 2020 letter from their Chief of Cemetery Development and Improvement Service of the Department of Veterans Affairs National Cemetery Administration, several aspects of this project, particularly positioning a bridge on Walter Strawn Drive, would negatively impact not only the experience for their customers, but also those future plans. Quote, I'm quoting from the letter, NCA is highly concerned that this potential bridge project will have substantial adverse impacts to the National Cemetery and its customers specifically. I'm told we're not allowed to ask questions today, but has anyone consulted with the NCA specifically regarding their plans to expand? I don't know how you can vote on this project without doing your due diligence and finding out, what plan will work related to these NCA concerns. Our veterans do not deserve to be buried adjacent to a truck bridge. Their families should not have to fight truck traffic to bury and visit their loved ones. I'm the daughter of a vet, and I think we should be fighting to provide those families with a reverent location for their loved ones. As an American, the amount of noise here right now is shameful. Please don't vote to add the sound of thousands of additional vehicles to what we already have. And if Compass Business Park would also bump up against the amazing Medellin National Tallgrass Prairie.
Comments, please.
Okay, last but not least, it's about the people. The people have been saying for years now that we don't want this. Area residents have provided good, valid reasons why this is a bad deal for Joliet and for the surrounding areas. We all drive the same roads and we all breathe the same air.
Thank you.
Those of you voting on this matter.
Sherry, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your first and last name?
Yes, I am Sherry Galley.
Sherry, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Let me begin.
Okay. My husband and I have both lived in Will County for almost all of our adult lives. We have previously lived in Joliet and Elwood, and we currently reside in Manhattan. I have been trying to think of something to say that's not completely redundant. I can tell you that the people in the communities being impacted feel that this board does not care that they'll be destroying our communities. We feel that you don't care about the impact on Midland or our national cemetery, where my husband's parents and his brother-in-law are all resting. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. This is just what it looks like to us. It'll benefit Joliet, so the rest of us don't matter.
But what I can tell you that as a former Joliet resident, my husband and I were always very comfortable driving into Joliet for shopping, entertainment, or anything else. I preferred it, in fact, to running out to the stores and restaurants in Orland. Our favorite shopping and restaurants were all in Joliet, so were all of our doctors, but sadly, in recent years, this has changed. We can no longer find a way to get into Joliet that does not involve wall-to-wall trucks. Not only can it take an hour to get to Joliet, a trip that used to take 20 minutes, but now we feel we're taking our life in our hands to do it. So we just stopped coming. Now when we need to go to Menards, we head to Madison, or we head to Orland to go to Sam's Club or to go shopping at a mall. We found new places outside of Joliet when we want to go out for a nice evening. And just this year, even though we hated to do it, we found new doctors. We have stopped coming into Joliet for anything. Maybe all of this matters to you. Maybe you're just not aware of how bad things have already gotten, how clogged with trucks every way into Joliet has become. It doesn't matter if we try to take expressways or small roads, the trucks have found them all. Maybe your bridge will help traffic off of the smaller roads. That remains to be seen, but it's not going to do anything to make 55 or 80 any safer. Joliet residents take these highways too, and Joliet residents are dying on these roads too. And you're going to add so many more trucks by building North Point. I'm sure we are not the only ones who have just quit coming to Joliet. What you're doing is turning Joliet into an island where your own citizens find it too difficult to leave town, and those of us on the outskirts find it too difficult to bring our tax dollars in. That's the reality of it, and that's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing me out.
Rita, this is Krista from the City of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please? Rita, can you hear me?
Oh, barely. Okay, my name is Rita Renwick.
Rita, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
I'm a resident of Joliet, and I'm speaking for myself and for the Will County chapter of the Illinois Audubon Society, of which I am conservation chair. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for listening to my comments. I have been and still am opposed to the North Point project, just north of Medewa National Tallgrass Prairie, where I have volunteered, and many, many members of our group have volunteered for the 25 years of its existence. This development will bring more trucks, diesel fumes, noise, light to a rural area that has the potential for many more compatible uses in the future, rather than warehouses and trucks. With the recent change already of zoning for truck parking, it makes one wonder what will actually end up at this site. All of it is very, it seems like, undetermined. Infrastructure once built will be Joliet's responsibility, and how will we residents of Joliet pay for maintenance, employees with pensions and benefits that go along with it for an increased workforce? There are too many unknowns involved in this massive development. A duplicate to Centerpoint, which is only 2/3 developed. I'm asking you to vote no. Citizens of Joliet deserve better. Thank you.
Elise, this is Krista from the City of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
Elise Kendra.
Elise, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Maybe.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Elise Kendra, and I'm a resident of Joliet, Illinois. There are many people right now telling you what they want. Some of those people are telling you that they want North Point. Others are saying they don't. And they are all giving reasons why. And some of those whys are probably louder and easier to hear than others for a variety of reasons. I assume at this point your head is so full of these whys, your brain probably is a bit numb. but I'm going to add this. This is what I want. Tonight, when you go home, when your mind finally lets go of all of its whirling, when you finally are just about to fall asleep, I want you to find your mind to come and be quiet. And in that quietness, I want your heart of hearts to whisper something, and I want it to lurch you awake. I don't know what's going to be said from the depths of your heart, but I do know it won't be nice and it won't be comfortable, because when the voice of your heart speaks, it usually reveals a truth that feels really unsettling. And I also know your mind will probably try to rationalize that voice away, because that's what our minds do, protect us from what our hearts tell us. But I want you to let your mind carefully listen to what your heart reveals. And again, I don't know what it's going to reveal to you. I want you to recognize and honor what it says, though, because I have a very strong feeling that what it whispers will be something that gives you pause about saying yes to North Point. Why? Because after listening to all of these reasons why, hours of reasons why, how can there not be something that gives you pause about this project? Please vote no. Thank you.
April, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your first and last name?
April Flaws.
April, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
Good evening. I would like to state my strong opposition to the Eastgate Logistics Project. You would think that the amount of opposition and concerns of the residents would make you really question North Point and their lack of ethics and morals. If I were sitting in your spot right now, it would be my civic duty to truly do my research, just like many, many residents of Joliet, Elwood, and Manhattan have been doing for 3+ years. They haven't been doing this research for nothing. They've been having time taken away from their families each and every day to fight for their community. This should be such an eye-opener to you. None of these people are being paid to do this research and to take the time away from their families. They do it because they care about their community. Now it is your turn to care about your community and vote no to North Point. Thank you.
John, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your first and last name, please?
John Sheridan.
John, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may begin.
All right. I'm speaking tonight as president of Cunningham Neighborhood Council. We did a survey of our membership, and the results were predictable. 85% of our membership said they don't want any more warehouses and no to North Point. For those of you sitting on the city council that say not many people from Joliet are speaking out against North Point, you are so out of touch with your voting constituents. Just ask the taxpayers of the south side, southeast side, near west side of Joliet, and other parts of Joliet being affected by the increase of traffic, truck traffic. In addition, you must not have attended 2 town hall meetings in Joliet where residents spoke out about North Point. Monday night, you challenged the credibility of Say No to North Point leaders. Basically, you said they weren't telling the truth. I found that rather humorous. That's like the pot calling the kettle black. There's nothing but mistruths coming from City Hall since we heard rumors about North Point back in 2018. It was said that the Mother and Five were meeting secretly with North Point when it was you, Mr. Mayor, issuing a letter of support for a bridge to be built and North Point project desperately needs. Never once was this brought to the full City Council for their discussion or support. Then you, Mr. Mayor, and Steve Jones did not tell the truth to Mayor Janko of Elwood and the taxpayer of Joliet when you said you could not vote for an extended boundary agreement because the city was spending $240K for a comprehensive plan. As it turns out, you both are behind the scenes cutting a deal with North Point. is that really being a good neighbor to your surrounding communities? Or is that more like being a big bully? And now you're preparing to vote on a half-baked agreement. You're giving North Point carte blanche to do what they want to do. You're running all over the residents of the south side of Joliet. They are taxpayers too. Now you want everyone in Joliet to believe this an upfront deal in North Point is good for the city. Truth matter is it's going to cost the city a lot of extra money. It'll be years before you see the tax dollars. The city is banking on the capital projects from the state of Illinois to fix I-80 and Route 53. For some of you, your last vote was predicated on the fact that they were going to receive this money and the roads and traffic issues were no longer going to be a problem. Well. Looks like it's not going to happen for quite a while. The state just announced today they are $4 billion short, have a shortfall, and they're going to make close to $800 million of the cuts and more in the future. Do any of you really believe that local road projects will begin in less than 5 years, or even if the money is going to even be available? Mr. Mayor, your statement last night was the railroad possibly could bring an additional 5 million trucks a year. That's about 13,000 plus more trucks a day. That just shows the importance of completing the Will County Transportation Study and the need for the city to complete a comprehensive plan before you vote. Let's be a good neighbor and work together with these other communities to jointly solve these huge problems rather than bullying them to sit back and suffer the consequences of Joliet's decision. In closing, I ask that there be a full disclosure before each and every one of you vote tonight, if it's tonight. Please disclose every dollar and or gifts that you, your business, your trust, relatives, organizations, etc., received or will be receiving from North Point or any of their other entities. In addition, any money you receive from labor unions that might benefit from this project. And if indeed you receive financial support, then you should abstain from tonight's vote because this is a conflict of interest. As you sit up there and say that you listen to what the taxpayers have to say and you vote to support them, well, here's your second opportunity to put your money where your mouth is. Please vote no to North Point. Thank you.
Nicholas, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your first and last name?
Nicholas Rudiger.
Nicholas, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
The word misinformation has been thrown around a lot regarding this project. I'd like to discuss some misinformation that I've heard recently. Just last night, it was stated that the proposed bridge is somehow a concession that North Point is making to Joliet. If you truly believe that, which I don't think you do, then you've bought a bill of goods from a snake oil salesman. When this project was in Elwood, Patrick Robinson himself said that the bridge is vital to their business plan. North Point's two favorite words are closed and loop. How could there be a closed loop without a bridge? And think about this. How could North Point market their park being 11 miles from an interstate and without direct rail access? Even Tom George said that the direct rail access is their main selling point when he presented at Stone City earlier this year. If this bridge is somehow a favor to Joliet, then it stands to reason that you, as the people representing the public, would demand to know where the alternative location for the bridge is prior to approval. Either you do, and everyone involved is lying to the public, or you don't, and you're being asked to make an uninformed decision. Another piece of misinformation: the trucks are coming anyway. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you don't approve any more warehouse developments, then the trucks are not coming. The buck stops with you. So, and I say this respectfully, please spare us such buffoonery by stooping to try to use such baseless fear tactics. Anyone with a brain can see right through them. More misinformation came about last week. During the closing statement at the planning meeting, the petitioner's counsel said that this land that we are discussing has been slated to be industrial since the arsenal closed. That's false. The land the arsenal was on was slated to be industrial because of the remediation that was necessary. But this land that has been farmed for well over 100 years was never proposed to be industrial. I'd like to ask two council persons to abstain from voting, Ms. Reardon and Mr. Landy. One took a donation from this company. It's out there. You can spin it any way you want. At a time when trust in politicians is at an all-time low, you have a chance to do what's right and sit this one out. The other person is new to this board. I noticed last night when a vote came up on another issue that this person abstained by saying, and I quote, "I don't know anything enough about that." I commend this person for doing that. Given that you are so new to this board, coupled with the fact that North Point has declined to present their plan and witnesses last night, it's fair to say that you don't know enough about this project to vote one way or another. Again, I ask you to do the right thing and abstain. During the council election of 2019, the District 5 councilman, the councilman that represents the district we are discussing, said he, and I quote, "supports a moratorium on warehousing." The video is readily available online. After the vote in April, he said, I support a moratorium on warehousing along Route 53. But which of these conflicting quotes is misinformation? The campaign promise made in order to garner votes, or the excuse given for throwing those same voters under the bus? This person has been given a second chance to right a wrong, and I ask that he makes it count. During that same meeting in April, there was outrage that the petitioner hadn't even contacted certain landowners or public bodies. This person was, however, willing to give them an opportunity, and a promise was made to reach out. Well, 8 months later, and that hasn't happened. That is, unless you count Tom George making a half-hearted attempt on Monday night and reaching out to one of these public bodies, only after this councilwoman was tipped off that North Point has shown once again that even the easiest promises to keep are too difficult for them. Another affected landowner attested to the same lack of contact last night. If this were me, I'd feel duped. You feel duped? You should. What's the old saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Please, don't be a fool.
Kristen, before we go to the next call, we'll respond to one thing, because Mr. Rudiger made a point that a lot of people seem to be missing, at least in regards to the comments we made. When you say that the trucks are going to come anyways, the trucks are coming because of the intermodal. The warehouses are coming because the trucks are coming to the intermodal. Mayor Janko agreed with me last night that the Union Pacific and the Burlington Northern are increasing their operations. Union Pacific has added 4 new cranes. So the trucks are coming. It's not the warehouses bringing the trucks, it's the intermodal, which is bringing the trucks, which is bringing the warehouses. So it's not a small point, but it seems to be getting missed a lot, and I just wanted to correct the record as to what I was talking about.
Laura, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your first and last name? Laura, are you on the call?
Yes, I'm sorry. Did you say Laura?
Yes, can you please state your first and last name, Laura?
Sure. Laura Spurstead.
Laura, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may begin.
I'm calling about the North Point annexation. I also called concerning this vote back in April. I'm still requesting all of you to vote no, and I have the following to add to my previous comments. Since your last vote, another teen has died on Route 53. Not at night, but at 8:45 in the morning, trying to cross with his bicycle. I'd like you to remember that if you cast your vote for this annexation of land to build more warehouses, you are also adding more traffic onto Route 53, because there is not a bridge over Route 53. And how can we believe there ever will be? The Hobolt Toll Bridge has not even broken ground after more than 4 years of being told it's going to happen. It hasn't. What assurance do we have that the traffic will even use this bridge? None, because you can't force people to pay a toll. Have you seen the off-ramps onto Route 53 from I-80 recently? I have, and it's terrifying. Why are you adding more traffic to this route now, before the necessary infrastructure can be built? Nothing is more important than people's lives. Just last week, a wrong-way driver crashed into a funeral procession that caused a 4-hour backup onto Route 53. I called the Will County Sheriff because all the semi-traffic inside our subdivision of 140 homes, I was told not to worry, that the traffic was being rerouted, that the sheriff has the right to direct traffic wherever, whenever. The roads in our neighborhood, Sugar Creek, include a Joliet Township bridge. They're not built to handle these semi-trucks. If you vote yes, my neighbors some that I have known for more than 30 years, and see much more traffic, and more traffic equals more accidents, just like 2 + 2 = 4. And sadly, 2 of my neighbors have died, resulting from car accidents that occurred on Laraway Road and also on Route 53. I don't want to lose any more friends to road accidents. I listened to you at pre-council, how you blame Elwood for the development along the cemetery, but the village has nothing to do with our good friends IKEA, Amazon, Dollar Tree, Joliet Logistics Parks, Cadence Logistics, and now the latest one, FRC Logistics, Estes Trucking, and the competing truck stops that the city has approved and has increased the traffic even after Center Point was established and now surrounds my subdivision and makes running errands a nightmare. Our local school relocated to Rowell Avenue. It now has semi-traffic on it every day. I took a picture yesterday of one driving north on Rowell in front of Laraway School, and I took one today. I can send them to you if you like. I'm also a Sierra Club member and a nature lover. This development will be smack dab in the middle between the routes to get to Medeoin. Truck exhaust, along with the proposed 40 acres of truck trailer parking, will make wildlife sightings for your residents vanish. When you have a jewel, which is what Medeoin is, you treasure and safeguard it, not adorn it with asphalt and border it with huge eyesores of blank warehouse walls. My dad was a combat veteran of the Korean War. If he was alive, he'd be cussing you out with others at the VFW, but the respect you have shown to those who lie at rest, the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery. How can it be so difficult to keep trucks away from driving over hallowed graves? Why would you even want to add more traffic to this problem? I wonder, would the city taxpayers be willing to pay Joliet police to guard that entrance from errant trucks? And could they also please come patrol the city portion of Rowell Avenue? In closing, this quote from the Moving Will County Truck Routing Study that concluded just this past October, which was over 150 truck crashes occurred on the approximate 1,500 feet section of Illinois 53 just south of I-80 interchange between 2014 and 2018, 18 of which involved injuries. This section of Illinois 53 is also one of the most congested in the entire study area, with between 10 and 13 hours per day of truck congestion in 2018. The tight right-of-way conditions along Illinois 53 between I-80 and Mills Road, including 2 railroad viaducts, a bridge.
Ma'am, you're at the 4-minute mark. You please wrap up your comments.
Okay.
Ma'am, I would like to make a comment here.
Yes.
I fear that might happen. There was a young man, a teenage boy that had died on 53 on his bike. Right. The story is a little bit more intense and private for the family of how and why that happened. And I want to apologize to the family that anybody sitting on his dais or calling in on the phone would politicize that young man's struggle and his death. I find that wrong. Also, too, the other accident was all car related. The gentleman who created the chain reaction accident was from Yorkville, and he was on a medical prescription.
Richard, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your first and last name?
Good evening. My name is Richard Linden. I'm with One Lawyers for Stop North Point, and I reside in Chicago.
Richard, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
Okay, I want to thank the mayor and the council members for your time and allowing me to speak. Yeah, I'm One Lawyers, I said, for Stop North Point LLC, and Stop North Point, almost everybody knows, is a grassroots organization, and we did file a lawsuit trying to stop this development, and part of our claims are a nuisance and we plan to proceed, but the way to stop it in the most sure way is to, vote against it. And I just want to make one preliminary comment. The head of our organization is Erin Gallagher. I think her name is probably familiar with the mayor and I think the council members, but she came down on her way to speak last night with COVID. And she obviously couldn't attend and tried to put her name and talk by telephone and said they're too late. I'd request the council, the mayor, make an exception and allow her to speak either tonight or tomorrow. These were circumstances that were beyond her control. So I don't know if I could have an answer on that, but Ms. Gallagher is very passionate and really wanted to speak, tonight to the council. But, Yeah, I know I'm limited to 4 minutes. I believe I represent interested parties and I shouldn't be adhered to the 4 minutes rule, but I'll try to keep it as short and precise as I can. But last time I looked, we all live in a democracy. The city of Joliet is a democracy. And all the council persons and the mayor, you took your oath of office, and your oath of office is to the community, to the residents, and to the citizens, not to North Point. The council members did not take their oath of office. To the mayor, and I've been listening for the last 3 weeks to all the hearings, the passion of the community and the vocal opposition against. I mean, I have not heard one person call in or speak, and maybe there's been one that has been in favor of this project. And there was a reason for it. There's been a lot of elegant speakers, and these people aren't dumb, and they've been very eloquent, and they voice their oppositions for good reason. There's just too many unknowns with this project. There's been no traffic study that's been produced to anybody. We requested a FOIA request on behalf of our group. We were denied, saying that the FOIA request was in draft form. Where is this traffic study? How can you vote on this annexation, the whole project, without a traffic study? Even if North Point were to give you a traffic study, how can you vote without an independent study? This traffic study would be paid for by North Point. And any expert, if you go and hire, they're going to say what you want to say. And for a project of this magnitude, how can the city of Joliet not commission their own independent study? And we're in the midst of a COVID really crisis and pandemic. And everybody that spoke in person had enough devotion to risk their health, their safety, and their welfare for this project. How can the city possibly hold an in-person hearing? And I saw the mayor last night did not even have a mask on. Endanger the safety and welfare of its residents who want to speak. I mean, it can only be described as stifle the community's participation here. We also represent numerous veterans and their families who are interned at Abraham National Cemetery. We have decorated war vets. They're extremely concerned. I know you heard testimony, you talked a lot about the letter from the VA expressing their concern with truck traffic. At 10,000 trucks a day, you can just do the math, divide that by 24, and divide that by 60, and you get about 11,000, I believe 1,100 trucks, or a truck every 11 seconds, I'm sorry. Just imagine trucks at 11 seconds apart. Tom George testified a week or two ago, and people asked him, did you do any sound or impact studies? And he said, well, I really don't need to. Illinois has laws regarding vibrations and noise. I mean, that's a complete crock. When you've got that many trucks, maybe one truck won't, be higher than decibel level, but if you have a constant stream of one truck every 11 minutes, that's based on 24 hours. There's going to be some time periods where we have a lot more traffic. And, common sense tells you the damage to the roads. You have no assurances from North Point. I heard Tom George testify that we're going to abide by all regulations, whatever, and all laws. But imagine the impact that's going to happen to these roads over and over with all these trucks up to 100,000 pounds apiece, really decimating our roads here in Joliet and the surrounding communities. Who's going to pay for it? North Point, their whole spiel is trust us. And there's no assurances. And the bridge that is supposed to be built, I mean, it's nowhere near. There's a lawsuit for the city of Elwood and the city of Joliet, North Point, trying to build the bridge. I know the mayor's talked and the council members have talked to the lawyer saying, well, don't worry about it. Under the annexation agreement, we will not issue any building permits unless the building bridge is under construction. Yeah, I'm a lawyer, and I think any lawyer knows a party to contract can waive provisions in a contract. A year from now, when they can't get the bridge approved and they apply for a permit, who's to say that the city's not going to waive that contract provision? There's just no assurances. There's no assurances that that bridge is ever going to be built over Walter Strom Road. There's no plan A, plan B, or plan C for any alternate sites here.
Mr. Linden, can you wrap it up, please?
There's just excuse me, I'm sorry.
Can you wrap it up, please?
Okay, I don't think I should be confined to the 4-minute rule, but if I could just wrap it up really quick, I think the citizens now know the mayor and the council members will give us an answer. I just have a few questions to depart. Number one, has the mayor or any person on the city council been promised or received any contributions? Can I ask that question and make it public? Whether or not anybody's received any financial remuneration or any promises of such to approve this project? I mean, I'd like to have an answer under oath. I guess nobody's going to answer my question. I take that as a yes. But in conclusion, everybody here has a legacy. You took an oath for the citizens, and you're going to have to live with your choice. And 2 years from now, when you look back and see the damage this project has done, you can only have to look at Kansas, where North Point built a similar but smaller terminal in Edgerton, Kansas. They're going through nightmares, and the odds are Joliet's going to experience the very same nightmares come a year, 2 or 3. So please vote to your conscience, demand answers from North Point, and do not vote yes until you get those answers that this project is in the best interest of our community. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. One thing I would add, and speak for everyone on council, I mean, Mr. Linden should know this if he's an attorney, that we all have to file D2s with the state of Illinois. So they're available for the public to see, and it will list all campaign contributions that we receive. You have to file them 4 times a year. So that should answer his question. You probably knew that.
That is a matter of public record.
Okay.
James, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your first and last name? James, are you on the call?
Hello? Hello?
James, can you please state your
This is
first
James.
and last name?
First name is James, last name is Trout, T-R-A-U-T.
James, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I certainly do.
You may begin.
Okay. As a resident of Will County and close to the Joliet Speedway, I am greatly concerned about this project. Doing a little research yesterday, I looked online and I read a comment from the federal government where they said that approximately 60 semis running their engines at the same time generate enough diesel fume to equal 1 diesel train engine. That's 60 trucks at a single time. Now, you're planning on building this enormous thing about a mile from a grammar school. That much fumes in the air will force that school basically to close their windows and keep their kids in rather than being able to send them out to recess. Also in this report from 2008, it was determined that diesel exhaust is a carcinogenic, can cause cancer. Now, the Joliet Council basically is willing to tell the people surrounding this project, we don't care if you live or die. We're just going to build this thing and let everything go where it goes. Now, North Point has says that they will adhere to all these different regulations. There is no regulation in the government or the state says as to how many trucks you can run at a single time. So let the Joliet Council think this through. Do you want to have the deaths of many people in the surrounding areas on your conscience because you want this project so you can save
face. Please, use your common sense and vote no for North Point. And I thank you.
Patricia, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your first and last name?
Hi, my name is Pat, and I'm a resident of Manhattan.
Your last
I'd like
name,
to start by
Pat, for the
saying I am
record?
Pardon me?
Can you please state your last name for the record?
Trout.
Patricia, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I always tell the truth.
You may begin.
I work as an essential worker as a nurse during this COVID pandemic. I find this meeting on North Point for the second time, I might mention, as an insult again to all concerned, especially during this pandemic. We have the right to be present at this meeting, but due to COVID, I've had to call in with my concerns. I would like you to note in your notes, please, that I want to attend this meeting in person. Due to COVID, my work as a nurse and your time schedule, I'm unable to do so. If I could request a meeting in person with you, Mayor, I would love it. Please advise me how I can schedule that. Now, I'm going to tell you a story. It's not a story, it's my life. I live on Route 52, a street with extreme high speeds, with multiple trucks and cars. 2 years ago, I was faced with an out-of-control truck going south that came across my driveway facing east and west, ending up in the creek that runs through my property. So that means that entire truck was coming sideways at my car. I was midway in my driveway when the truck came across within several feet of my car. At that moment, I saw my life flash before my eyes. I have grandkids, so you know that's important to me. I now waited 5 to 10 minutes to pull out of my drive due to traffic, with the majority are trucks now. Let me stress that we need no more trucks on these streets. Please do not allow yourself, North Point, to destroy our beautiful small country town. I feel that you've already made up your minds, just like you did last time. You're not even listening to us, because if you were, you would say no to North Point. Please listen to your vote. It will be affecting all of us, so please vote no. That's the end of my speech. I hope you guys can live with this after you're done. Thank you so much.
Kathleen, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
My name is Kathleen Burg, B-E-R-G.
Kathleen, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may begin.
Okay. Yesterday, a truck with a semi-trailer drove through our neighborhood. The street is about 500 feet. There are about 5 houses. The truck went through in the morning, took a turn and rode over a curb, and I've posted this information on Facebook stating that I do not want any more trucks with semi-trailers going through my neighborhood haphazardly. I was really surprised they could actually take the corners. Our streets are so tight. You can probably only have one vehicle going down the street since cars are parked on both sides. I'm concerned that there are going to be semi-trailers and trucks hitting our vehicles, and I don't want that to happen. This is not the first time this has been happening, and it shakes the entire house. There's no reason for a truck with a semi-trailer to be going through residential neighborhoods. It's dangerous. It not only is noise pollution, it is a health concern. I have lung disease. I have a rare disease called pulmonary sarcoidosis. I don't want to die because people want to make money pulling trucks with diesel in my neighborhood. I am saying no more trucks, no to North Point, which this is causing our whole entire city to be under stress and ticked off because this is The wool was being pulled over our eyes. Stress leads to stroke. The nurse was previous to me. I just like to say everybody should speak up and say no to North Point. I'm done.
Elizabeth, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Foster, Foster.
Elizabeth, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
Thank you. I'm calling in opposition to the North Point development. I think that having the inevitable increase in truck traffic will put a huge strain on the roads. It will make them less safe. It will degrade the quality of the roads and make them more difficult and dangerous to drive on. Also, the increase in diesel particulate pollution is already causing health issues in the area and will only make it worse, as several previous callers have mentioned. And for those reasons, I do not think this project will be good for the community, and I would urge you to vote no. Thank you. That's all.
Robert, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
My name is Bob Fioretti, and I'm one of the attorneys representing Stop North Point. I'm not, and I do want to thank the mayor and the city council for allowing us to address you. I'm not from Joliet like you council members, but like you, I have a job to do. You've been elected to serve the interests of the citizens of Joliet, and I want to help you by asking you to ask yourself a few questions.
We need to swear you in.
Mr. Fioretti,
Yes.
I'd like to swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you swear
Yes.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can begin.
And as I was saying, questions that are on the minds of your friends and neighbors, questions to which you should have an answer to before you commit to this annexation. It will be my job to get my clients answers to those questions through the litigation process. So I think it is fair that you consider these questions now, while you still have the power to delay this annexation process to allow for more deliberation and input. First and foremost, why are you rushing hearings on this North Point annexation during the pandemic? Whose interests have you been elected to serve? Does rushing this process serve the interests of the people of Joliet or some other hidden interest? Why did Elwood and Manhattan both reject overtures from North Point? What do they know? What has North Point hidden from Joliet? Why are there so many lawsuits filed in opposition to North Point? Why are so many Joliet residents worried about this annexation? Are you smarter than and more informed than the hundreds, maybe thousands of people who openly oppose this annexation? Are you certain that you want to ignore their legitimate concerns? Why are you allowing a bridge that will severely impact the Abraham Lincoln Cemetery? Do what you want to ignore the input of so many of our honored veterans? Why have you not established an alternative route in the event that the bridge cannot be built? Such would be an important item to be known before annexation. Who do you think will bear the burden of repairing the damage caused on the roads by all the truck traffic? Who will be involved in the accidents? Who will be the victims? Who is going to be impacted by the increased congestion, pollution, and traffic? Why does Joliet ignore the impact that the annexation of North Point would have on long-term residents like the Coldwater family? What impact will there be on tourism? Museum? While in most cases we cannot predict the future, but in this case we can look at Egerton, Kansas, and see the regret and damage caused by the massive North Point expansion there. Egerton's Mayor Don Roberts told some of you there was no debt. Are you aware that since North Point came in, Egerton borrowed $12 million from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment to fund water and sewer, and another $5 million for capital improvements? What are the environmental studies and why are they being delayed, hidden, or not being performed until after you're required to approve this annexation? Why are the traffic studies such a mystery? Do you need the traffic study to know that the traffic is currently bad and will be much worse? And once passed, what control do you think that the city of Joliet will have on North Point? And in 2, 5, or 10 years, will you be able to hold your head high in front of your neighbors? Will you be proud of your involvement in this process on the North Point project? And are you being a good neighbor? A good neighbor to the many people directly impacted by this project? A good neighbor to the environment that is going to suffer? A good neighbor to the people of Elwood, Manhattan? And are you going to follow the golden rule? Are you ready for the depositions that are coming? Are you ready for the public to see the thousands of emails, texts, and documents related to how North Point was able to achieve approval of this annexation? Have you checked your emails, texts, and computers to see what they might reveal in this process? Will you be remembered? And finally, will you be remembered as dedicated and concerned public servants or something else? I believe you should be worried, because this is a project that will affect Joliet for years to come, and we must have answers before you approve this annexation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Ann Baskerville.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
My name is Ann Baskerville with the Illinois Sierra Club. Sierra Club opposes this annexation and rezoning of land for the North Point proposal and asks for your no vote. Sierra Club is opposed because we continue to advocate that a comprehensive land use and transportation plan that protects the environment and quality of life should be implemented before more land is zoned for warehouse development. Tonight and at previous meetings, you've heard testimony describing our overburdened infrastructure. You've heard people describe traffic jams, getting caught trying to get across town if there's a backup on 80. You've heard people describe concerns about breathing high levels of diesel particulate matter pollution. What I have heard from Sierra Club members is that their daily life is impacted by truck traffic and pollution, and they want real improvements before any more land is zoned for warehouses. They want trucks routed away from residential areas like Route 53 and Knoll Park, like Brick Street. They want to see significant improvements to 80 and the Humboldt Bridge built, along with the commitment to zone warehouses where they will cause the least negative impacts. Our members want smart planning that clusters warehouses near the interstate to limit impacts to these residential areas. Although arguments have been made that North Point is the place to put warehouses, I asked you to consider the alternative of putting these new warehouses inside the existing CenterPoint Joliet facility in near areas like Vetter Road that will have direct access to the proposed Humboldt Bridge. I know Joliet and Will County have worked for years on this bridge to improve quality of life. Sierra Club members, of course, are also taxpayers, and at some point, all of us pay to help maintain federal, state, county, and local roads that trucks and all of us use. In a time of a state budget crunch, we are asking you to reject a proposal to build warehouses on what is now farmland served mostly by country roads, and instead continue to build out CenterPoint Joliet and land closer to the future Humboldt Bridge, where more infrastructure is already in place. In terms of impacts to Medewin, where our members have worked for decades on prairie restoration, zoning more than 1,000 acres for warehousing north of Medewin is likely to increase both car and truck traffic. As others have said, the closed-loop network relies on a bridge over 53 under Elwood jurisdiction. How can we evaluate another route and how it will impact the prairie when no alternative is specified? In terms of the cemetery, I asked you to consider the letter that's been cited that was sent by the Department of Veterans Affairs National Cemetery Administration to Elwood on August 27th. The department is obviously aware of existing conditions at the cemetery and is the entity best suited to describe future plans for the cemetery. I ask that you consider how the cemetery's plan through Walter Strong Drive would be impacted by North Point. In closing, on behalf of our members, please vote no.
Routing additional semi-trucks next to Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery is not good planning, especially when alternatives exist. Creating more traffic next to a national prairie that has long-term potential for hiking, biking, and recreational opportunities for the whole region, and which could also work well with existing tourism on Route 66 and in downtown Joliet, is not good planning when alternatives exist. Allowing industrial development sprawl onto farmland where it will require new infrastructure is not good planning when alternatives exist. Thanks for your time.
Evelyn, this is Krista from the City of Joliet. Can you please state your full name? Evelyn, can you please state, is this Evelyn?
Hello?
This is Evelyn, can you please state your full name? This is the City of Joliet, can you please state your full name? Can we please call this person back to the government?
Hello?
Can you please state your name?
Hello?
This is the City of Joliet. Can you hear me?
I think I can.
Can you please state your name?
Roberto Clar, Warehouse Workers for Justice.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Hello, sorry you're catching me during my evening run. I did have a prepared statement. I apologize for that. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilman Michael Turk for his years of service and wish him well on his retirement. I wish you and your family the best. As many people may have seen, there was recently an investigative report by John Lippert and Natalie Moore detailing tax breaks for Amazon, which amounted to $740 million in Chicagoland. $640 million of that came from communities of color. Communities in the Southland have given far too much for these projects for far too long. And when I see foreign enterprise zones and recapture agreements and development agreements, I am taking away that we're not learning the lessons from those stories. Are the lessons of municipal debt and municipalities like Elwood, Romeoville, and Bolingbrook. We're not against these projects as a whole, but we are for a better way forward. We don't think North Point reflects that. We don't think that this was done with good community engagement in mind, being that this is during the second surge. You know, it makes you wonder if some of these meetings are happening intentionally during times that are hard for residents and stakeholders to participate in, but I'll leave that for others to decide. And, you know, people said that the April vote was a done deal, it was legally binding, all these things, the city manager said that, and then it wasn't true. So, you know, I'm wondering if we're just gonna end up in the same place that we began with another court case, with Elwood suing and other stakeholders suing, and then we have to go through this process all over again, which all points to the fact that I believe we need a new way forward when it comes to these things. Residents need a new way forward. The warehouse workers need a new way forward. And that's what we're going to fight for. And I believe that this change is on its way. You know, I think people strongly desire change when it comes to these projects, and they want to see better jobs in the warehouses. They want to see real infrastructure plans. They want to see environmental provisions. They want to see fair taxation, which is not happening with this plan. and we're going to continue to organize with those who wish to see a better vision with these developments. I thank the council for your time. I especially want to give a shout out to Just Say No to North Point, Sierra Club, all the environmental organizations out there, all the labor organizations that agree with us, like the United Electrical Workers. So we know that we can win a better future. That is going to happen, and keep up the fight. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, can you please state your full name?
Yes, my name is Porsha Gagos.
Porsha, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You may begin.
Hello, I am a Joliet resident and taxpayer. Joliet needs good jobs and economic development, and I think we all agree with that. However, I do have two major concerns about the proposed North Point development. First, Joliet faces a water crisis. We are being told that the city's water will run out within 10 years, and this assumes that there will be no new developments by North Point. This project could use up to 1 million gallons of water per day. The water audit for this project is incomplete. I am worried that the city will run out of water before we have a new source set up. I don't want to turn my faucet and have no water come out of the tap. Imagine what will happen to our property values if we don't have water. My husband and I have worked hard to pay for our home, and it is our major investment. My family can't afford to have our property values plunge like they have in other communities who face water crises. I can't afford to try to sell a home in a city that could become known as a city with no water. Second, many companies would love to own property in Joliet, close to major rail lines, Interstate 80 and Interstate 55. Joliet has some of the best real estate in the country for intermodal transport. North Point is offering the city almost no incentives to approve their development. North Point has received tax breaks from cities for every single project they've done. Every single project. What would make them change the way they do things now? We're looking at another project where we, the taxpayers, pay for North Point's water, sewer, and the upgrades our roads will need. With prime real estate like this, is this development the best the city of Joliet can do? This is like owning Boardwalk in Monopoly and selling it as if it were Baltic Avenue, the cheapest property on the board. This is the way I felt when my talented, beautiful, intelligent younger sister brought home her first boyfriend. Is this the best you can do? It is not. This vote is taking place in the middle of a pandemic. What's the rush? We elected all of you to do the best you can for Joliet, its residents, and our future. Please do not vote for a development that could suck our water wells dry and does not provide Joliet enough economic incentives so that our community gains from this development. With the project the way it is right now, the city will throw more taxpayer dollars down the drain for a company that will only create short-term, low-wage jobs. Please take the time to do complete studies about the impact of this development so you can make an informed decision. Please take the time to work with a developer who will provide good quality jobs and who appreciates how much Joliet has to offer. Joliet deserves better, and this is not the best we can do. Thank you very much for your time.
Doug, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
This is Doug Bernhard.
Doug, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may begin.
Okay, I'm not sure why I didn't get called earlier, as I'm an interested party. We farm on both sides of this project and border much of the footprint on the south side. Yes, it will make it very difficult for us to perform normal farm operations, and yes, it will very likely negatively impact field drainage, among other concerns. But the reason I think you should vote no on this is because of contiguity issues with linking Joliet to the southern part of this project. I hope you've all driven out to look at the site. I can't imagine you guys voting on this without doing that much. If not, I hope you have at least looked at the map of the footprint. What doesn't sit right with me is the point-to-point annexation that takes place a half mile south of Manhattan Road on Rowell Avenue. I guess the plan is to use the FAA property that is 250 foot by 250 foot federal government fenced-in property. I understand point-to-point annexation is not legal, and I don't think the intent of that should change with 250 foot of fenced-in federal government property. I've not heard the federal government has approved that piece to be annexed, nor do I think they should, as they really don't have anything to do with this area. Anyway, I think that's a big reason you should not approve this tonight. Thank you.
Amanda, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Are you talking to me?
Oh, I apologize. It shows Amanda. Can you please state your full name, sir?
Amanda, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
This is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Oh, I apologize. Can you please state your full name?
Yeah, speaking to the phone.
Sir, can you please state your full name?
This is Krista from the city of Joliet.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Am I on?
Yes, can you please state your name?
Yeah, my name is Dennis O'Connor.
Dennis, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may begin.
Okay. Some people might think of me as that obstreperous, recalcitrant landowner that owns the land on both sides of Ira Morgan Road. 2 10-acre parcels. Just reviewing things a little bit with North Point. My brother Terry and I, O'Connor, met with the mayor of Elwood, Todd Matichak, with Pat Robinson and one of their attorneys, Ian McDonald. At this meeting, Patrick shoved over a map and wanted us to move our boundary lines. And I said, why would I do that? He said, what's the difference if you own farmland here or farmland there? I said, a big difference. Why do you want us to do this? Well, the bottom line of this whole thing is this. I said, where's your checkbook? You want something from me, you give us something. And at that point in time, I made them aware that Terry and I sold 20 acres to Centerpoint for $4.4 million. That's the entrance into the east side going up to Bissell. They paid that to get in. Now, why would I want anything less than that from North Point? But here's the whole bottom line. I believe now that their intent was to get us to move our boundary line so they would not be landlocking us in the future. I want everybody that's opposed to this to take a deep breath and relax. The next move North Point's going to make after they get Joliet in their bag and walk into the ICC is they're going to ask them for a bridge to put on our property. They're going to need easements on both sides of our property. And without Joliet in their bag, they're going to have a hard time pleading for a CPCN. And what that is a certificate of public necessity and convenience. With that certificate, they have the right to blight property and condemn land as they wish. Another thing they're going to ask for is to go from being a privately held corporation out of Missouri to being a public company by putting a bike path and a walk path on top of the bridge. The whole thing is this. They're going to be illegally landlocking both of our parcels. They're going to owe us frontage road on both of our parcels. And this is from a friend of mine that happens to be a civil engineer, well respected in Will County. They have this to look forward to. What I'm asking Joliet to do tonight is, do you have a prenuptial agreement with North Point? If you don't go into a marriage with them without doing your due diligence on their background financially. I have a website I started, and it's called nobridge.club. Write it down, nobridge.club. on that website, you're going to see documents, pictures, and a lot of things related, even with the SEC, about North Point. With that, I would like to wish everybody listening a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, because the bridge that they want is never going to happen. Goodbye.
Caller, can you please state your full name? This is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name? This is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please?
Hello?
Yes, can you please state your full name?
Lisa Schultz.
Lisa, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
I'm a Manhattan resident. I don't think this annexation is good for anybody. I think it will definitely cause more problems than good. It's only for the company. As far as trying to take residents' lands to use for it, I think that's wrong. And I'm strongly against it, and I totally support Stop North Point. And I hope Joliet and Manhattan consider their residents in making this decision. Thank you.
Caller, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Hello, is it me?
Yes, can you please state your full name?
Yes, my name is Amanda Maletich.
Amanda, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone who's listening. Thank you for taking the time to hear what I have to say. I do live in Manhattan, and I know I've heard the board say that people who live in Manhattan really don't matter, but this project will be in Manhattan, not Joliet. You're going through the process of obtaining land in other towns where this project will sit. The people of Elwood, Manhattan, Jackson Township, and Manhattan Township have every right to speak up since it will be in our town. You may take our land into your project, but we will be the ones with it in its backyard, not any of you. It will have a Joliet address, but its footprint, traffic, workers, pollution, and everything that goes along with it will be in our towns, in our backyard. If you want it in Joliet, please build it where you already own property, instead of taking it from your neighbors so aggressively when we have every single town in this footprint have opposed it. Secondly, I want to address the comments made by this board the other night in the meeting about the distance between Medewin and the park at the half mile and how that's an acceptable barrier to a federally protected national land. I have a couple of things I found online. One being genotoxicity. Pollutant compounds that enter the body of an organism cause damaged DNA, and the pollutants from the truck, diesel emissions and pollution damage DNA mutating cells and cause offspring of an organism to have serious defects, eventually causing extinction. That's in humans and animals. There's also carcinogenity. Pollutants from this are carcinogenic. That means they induce cancer in the body of humans and animals. Pollutants introduce cancer-forming properties in the cells, eventually killing its host. And then neurotoxicity. The nervous system of organisms is very sensitive to toxic effects of chemicals and runoff. The neurotoxins all disturb synapses, causing permanent damage to animals and humans alike. So that half mile doesn't seem so great. These are just three of the most dangerous effects of the runoff from stacked containers filled with chemicals, truck emissions, oil leaks in parking lots, etc. People speak of air pollution, which has already been proven to cause cancer and agitate pre-existing conditions. But the emissions from diesel trucks don't just pollute the air. The particulates don't dissipate. They land on the surfaces in the area. And where they land depends on the wind. And when they land on the ground, they are absorbed into the soil, plant life, and water. And when it rains, all the chemicals that are on the concrete in these giant parking lots are also picked up by the water, and they flow to where they can be absorbed. Berms do not stop the absorption of oils, chemicals, toxic materials, etc. They go into the land. These chemicals travel through the soil and penetrate the water aquifers located underground. These waterways can travel for miles. to homes, farms, parks, and any underground wells within several miles, they can all be contaminated. The particulates from the truck emissions can travel for miles, much more than that half-mile, quote-unquote, acceptable barrier. North Point has time and time again said they're a good neighbor, but that's not the case. The towns that this project encompasses are not in Joliet. They're Manhattan, Manhattan Township, Jackson Township, and Elwood. They were denied by our towns because we said no. And instead of listening to us, they went to Joliet to take the land from us to build their empire here in Will County. We have asked for a pollution study, but North Point has refused. It is extremely irresponsible for any town to move forward with such an extensive build without a complete footprint and full build-out plan, but it's even more irresponsible to move forward without considering the health repercussions of this large of a project. This board should be demanding a pollution study on protecting the people and federally protected animals who live here. North Point is not being a good neighbor, and neither is Joliet. And if you want to call me a liar or you think these statements are lies, I encourage you to go to the EPA website. I am, sir. You can go to the EPA website, nrdc.org, HesperianHealthGuides.org, EnvironmentalPollutionCenters.org, or EverythingConnects.org to verify everything I just said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evelyn, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you state your full name, please?
Evelyn Vanderhyden.
Evelyn, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may begin.
Mayor, members of the Joliet City Council, good evening. My name is Evelyn Vanderhyden, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors with the Medewan Tallgrass Prairie Alliance, which is a Friends of Medewan National Tallgrass Prairie non-for-profit corporation. I'm also a longtime volunteer out there. It is totally disheartening to hear that some of you seem to believe and support North Point's allegations that its proposed North Point Industrial Park will not harm or negatively impact Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery, Medewan National Tallgrass Prairie, or for that matter, nearby residential areas in the local farm community. The placement of an impacting industrial park anywhere near a local, state, or national park will certainly diminish a park's viability and overall aesthetics. I suspect most people would agree that national entities such as Medewan and Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery need to be protected and cherished and not be impacted by added traffic, noise, and lighting. If this North Plant Industrial Park is allowed to be developed on existing farmland between Elwood and Manhattan, the image of the greater Joliet area will further be disseminated as being less than desirable place in which to reside and raise a family. Please consider, as elected officials, as leaders, I ask, what is your vision for the future of the greater Joliet area? Is it trucks, and more warehouses, congested highways, and impacted local roads, and lots of low-paying jobs? While the image of the greater Joliet area still remains a bit tarnished, its image has improved over the years, at least until more recently. We need to continue to improve the image of the Joliet area for the sake of those of us that call Will County our homes. We cannot afford to regress, to go back, to negatively impact our valued parks, open spaces, and the lives and livelihoods of our citizens. As elected officials, you were elected to serve the needs of your constituents and not necessarily the needs of mega, clout-heavy corporations like North Point. Please consider the North Point development is, as proposed, simply not in the best interest of your constituents. Do you really think that more warehouse developments and low-paying jobs will make Will County a more desirable place in which to live? I am not against intermodal facilities and warehouses in general, but I am against sitting them anywhere and everywhere. This North Point development should not be built on pristine agricultural land located between two rural communities, miles from an interstate highway. There are better locations on which to build. I ask that North Point sit down with the Medewan Alliance and others to discuss other options and possible mutual benefits. Council and Mayor, what you are doing here in allowing North Point to develop a warehouse complex is totally different than what happened with the Centerpoint Intermodal Facility at Elwood. Last night you said that trucks from Centerpoint were not going away, which we know, but those were brought here for under totally different circumstances. Roughly 25 years ago, the Illinois Land Conservation Act of 1995 was signed into law by then President Bill Clinton. It was a great day. Though this act of Congress, through this act of Congress, 23,560 acres of idled U.S. Army property would be cleaned up, thus providing opportunity for the creation of Medewan National Tallgrass Prairie and the cemetery, a landfill, and also the
Christina, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Christina Samit.
Christina, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
Thank you. So my name is Christina Samit, and I live on a property that's on the footpoint of Compass Business Park. And I would actually like to politely object to how it was determined that people have standing in this hearing. It came to mind actually when I was having a conversation with a friend of mine that I was excited that my husband and I had just refinanced the loan for our house because now we can finally afford to lose it. So anybody who has had 3 years to contemplate losing their house and is excited that they can now afford to rent an apartment once they lose it is standing in this hearing, and I should have more than 4 minutes to speak. I also think that it's not fair that people have to sign up 24 hours ahead of time in order to be able to speak by phone. If somebody gets COVID or has health reasons that don't allow them to come there and be around unmasked people, or people like myself who work in a hospital and we're not allowed to be around unmasked people, they should have the same rights as anybody else as long as they don't have an exhibit. They should have been able to sign up until this meeting began, just like the people that are able to come in person that have the health reasons that they can be there instead of us. I wanted to clarify a couple of points that came up in the meeting. Specifically, I want to talk about the closed loop. And I really object to like this concept that containers come from some, alien source and it can't be controlled, that Elwood and Joliet are drinking from a fire hose. They're going to get buried in containers. And so therefore we need warehouses and trucks. It's obviously nonsense. Containers are regulated, and the delivery of containers, whether it's a double-decker rail, whether it's the most convenient rail from LA coming into the Midwest, and the terminus is here, that's regulated. And if this were really true, and that we were being buried in containers and had to build more warehouses, then Centerpoint wouldn't have over 2,000 acres of available space for speculative warehouse building. Those have been empty. Those 2,000 acres have been empty since it was conceived, and their build-out plan was 10 years. And so their projections were obviously wrong. And it is very likely that the projections made tonight have been wrong, that these containers have nowhere to go, and therefore we need more warehouses. The closed loop requires this bridge so that North Point doesn't have to have a stoplight at 53 to get into their park. And there may be trucks, which are almost like mules, that go back and forth from the rail to the warehouse that stay in the loop. But the laws of physics determine that whatever comes off that rail, even if it's manufacturing raw materials, it's going to be produced into a product and waste, or if it's just goods coming from China that have to get repackaged, those have to be picked up and hauled off and distributed. So every single container that comes off that rail delivers a volume of goods that has to get on a truck and leave. It can't just go in circles back and forth to the rail. The only way out of Compass Business Park in the proposed plan is on local roads. Every single container that comes in is going to go on local roads. It's going to be Hoff, it's going to be Manhattan, it's going to be 52 and 53. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. There's no access to the interstates. They have to take our roads.
And so that needs to be clarified because I think people try to create a lot of confusion about that. I want to make one comment about state and local taxes. It's been said that there's no TIF, tax increment financing, or tax abatement. That may be true in terms of the way that it's stated, in the sense that that's semantics. This project is asked for an enterprise zone. The definition of an enterprise zone is on Illinois' enterprise zone program is that it's designed to stimulate economic growth and neighborhood revitalization in economically depressed areas of the state through state and local tax incentives. That's the definition of it. And so I don't want to run out of time here, but basically there are exemptions from all kinds of taxes, and they are including retail occupation tax and excise taxes, and that is how they are confusing the public as to whether there are tax rates in this project. And finally, I just wanted to say that,
wrap it up, please.
yeah, I do think that if you believe that this project must be here because these trucks are coming and these containers are coming, and this is the only place on earth that all of these containers can come, why are we not getting a better deal? Why are there no tax incentives? And why are we not getting a higher standard for the development? Thank you.
Katherine, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Katherine Cop.
Katherine, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may begin.
My name is Katherine Cop. I'm a lifelong Will County resident. I'm just calling to voice my opposition to anything North Point related. I've done this probably 6 or 7 times over the last 3 years. I'm tired of having to do this. I have had to take time out of my schedule to call, as has everybody else. And I know you all know our names by now because we call every single time. And I don't have nearly as much knowledge as the callers before me to, give you all this information, but there's no reason why we should continue to have this conversation when it is so blatantly obvious that this is not a wanted project. For you to say that residents in any of the surrounding communities have no voice here, we are feeder schools to Joliet schools. So we absolutely have a voice in what our kids are going to be driving on the roads with every single day. Our kids have to ride the bus. Our teenagers have to get behind the wheel and drive to Joliet schools. And for you to say that we have no standing here is absolutely ridiculous, and it's an insult to your tax-paying residents. So my opposition is to North Point. Thank you very much.
Sarah, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name? Sarah, this
Sarah Martin.
Sarah, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
Okay. For many reasons, I'm asking you to say no to North Point. My biggest concern to date is air, water, and land pollution. Pollution caused by added car traffic, added truck traffic, and any waste pollution leaked from cars, trucks, and especially stored containers. There has been no air pollution study for this area and how North Point will affect it. There has been no water pollution study for this area, and there has been no study how the pollution will affect the food grown on the farmland in this area. Will County, mainly the area near or within the footprint of this massive project, has nests of the American bald eagle. It's the migration path of the Cooper's hawk, which was just photographed on Monday in Manhattan, less than a half a mile from the footprint of said project. And of course, we have our majestic bison, all of which are federally protected. The Cooper's hawk is also part of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Medewin is also part of the migration pattern of the monarch butterfly, a near endangered species which is on the list to be protected this year. Joliet is also home to a few of the endangered blandling turtle, which I'm sure you know. With these species breathing the air, drinking the water, swimming in the water, and eating the wildlife within this area, I truly encourage you to do these studies to see how this will affect these endangered and federally protected species. The pollution and added traffic may stop or alter migration, or even worse, lead to the destruction of these federal protected species. I know a little bit about awful side effects from pollution by living near an industrial park, with having multiple bouts of pneumonia and bronchitis as a child, and then cancer later on in life. I grew up in Stony Point near K-Free Zinc, which was eventually shut down and deemed hazardous to the environment and human health due to contamination through air and water. Everyone keeps using the Kansas site as a model, but it isn't built miles from the interstate. It isn't built by a veteran cemetery. It isn't built by adult bison and tallgrass sanctuary, and it isn't built where endangered turtles and bald eagles live, and where endangered butterflies and hawks migrate through. North Point doesn't live here, and they really could care less about us, or you, for that matter. You are just a means to their end, which is to make money. Remember when they claimed they had to rezone the 103 acres so people could have turkeys on the table, but people to work immediately? But nothing was bought, no shovel dug, and the land was zoned back to residential. Now they're asking you to rezone it yet again. Please do what's right for your residents, especially those that live on the south and east side of Joliet. I was at their meeting at the beginning of the year, and they don't want it. Be a good neighbor and protect your endangered species and take a pause before you vote. I mean, what's the hurry? From listening to North Point's answers, they don't have an alternative to the bridge. They don't have a plan to attach the bridge. So stop, take a pause, and please don't vote yes on an unfinished agreement. And if it's like the agreement they presented in Elwood, they can make any changes without asking you. Bring in a company, and not one that North Point tells you to bring in, and do some pollution studies for this area and how it will be impacted by North Point. I truly hope that this is not falling on deaf ears, and I implore you, please don't be led by the Pied Piper or become the emperor with no clothes. Thank you so much for your time.
Anthony, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name? Anthony, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Anthony, Coldwater.
Anthony, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
Mayor, council, good evening. Thank you for the time. I'd like to make this short and sweet because I could promise you, I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing the same repetitive stories over and over on how people don't want this in their backyards, in their city, in their neighboring cities. So I'd like to just go on official record that I do greatly oppose this project, and I think you guys need to consider voting no. And I mean it. Goodbye.
Kelly, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Kelly Gibbons.
Kelly, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may begin.
I oppose this project for many of the same reasons I'm sure you have already heard the last couple days. Flat out, this is a bad deal. It's an irresponsible development. It's bad for the city of Joliet, and it's bad for all of its neighbors. By approving the application from Eastgate, which appears to be lacking many important details, this council is saddling Joliet residents and all of their neighbors with a lifetime of problems. Many of these problems will be extremely costly to rectify. We've heard a lot about truck traffic. I haven't heard quite as much about how local infrastructure will be able to handle the influx of traffic caused by the actual warehouse workers who can enter the warehouse complex from multiple entrances. Years ago, Trans-System did a traffic study. It estimated that the warehouse workers are going to generate approximately 37,000 new trips each weekday. 37,000 trips. That's a ton of traffic. Frankly, it puts the shift changes you see at the Amazon warehouses, which requires police presence, and clog all the roads in the area, to shame. Sure, we've heard Eastgate discuss paying for and completing traffic studies as the warehouses are built, but who's going to pay for those needed improvements when those studies do in fact show improvements need to be made at numerous intersections? The local taxpayers are going to be paying for it. Do you have any idea how much an intersection improvement can cost? Adding turn lanes and signalizing one intersection can easily exceed $1 million in engineering fees and construction costs. These costs are only going to increase when property needs to be purchased to widen an intersection, or when additional lanes throughout the length of a street need to be added. So how many millions of dollars will it cost Joliet taxpayers to improve all the intersections that require improvement? And make no mistake, us taxpayers are going to be the ones paying for these improvements, because while not all the roads belong to the city, we still pay taxes to the county and to the state, which maintain and improve many of these roads. I also want to address a couple comments we've heard council members make at past meetings praising the Edgerton facility in Kansas. Edgerton cannot be compared to Joliet. Edgerton is located directly off a major highway, while North Point Joliet is 8 to 9 miles from the nearest interstate. And every single truck carrying goods out of the park to be delivered will need to drive those 8 to 9 miles on local roads to get to the interstate. And I'm sorry, Mr. Robinson, no one cares about the distance between the facility and the highway by a way a crow flies. These semi-trucks cannot magically fly in the air to get to the interstate. They're gonna have to drive on our roads. Then you have the size and frequency of warehouse facilities at the two locations. The facility in Kansas, 1,700 acres approximately. The plant at full build-out in Joliet is well over 2,600 acres. On top of that, Joliet has 3,600 acres of warehouses, or will at full build-out down the street at Center Point, and numerous other warehouse facilities are being built or have been built within city limits. Joliet literally already has double the warehouse space within city limits than North Point Edgerton. I've also heard you say previously that the warehouse workers at North Point Edgerton are happy with their wages, that they are living wages. But according to the Kansas Star, workers were averaging $12 to $15 per hour. Currently in Illinois, the minimum wage is, I think, $9.25 an hour. In 2025, minimum wage in Illinois is going to bump up to $15 an hour, which means many of these warehouse workers will be making $15 an hour in 2025, since we all know the warehouses tend to pay low wages with no benefits. Is anyone really suggesting that $15 an hour in 2025 will provide the warehouse workers with enough money to support Joliet's economy, with enough money to buy a home and support their families in Joliet or even in Will County? I'm here to tell you $15 an hour won't do it. This development is not going to provide long-term jobs, which would benefit the lives of the Joliet residents that work there. What it will provide is long-term noise, air, and water pollution, long-term infrastructure issues, long-term drainage issues. What it will require is additional city funds for maintenance and capital improvement projects. With this in mind, I honestly struggle to see why the city continues to try to ram this project through when there seems to be very little benefit to Joliet.
4 minutes.
When Eastgate's application leaves more questions than answers. I'm wrapping it up. All in all, municipalities should be working together for the betterment of all citizens within the area, not going against each other, not approving projects that will be detrimental to all citizens. The downfalls and negative financial impacts to Joliet and its neighbors far outweigh any of the positives. Please vote no. At the very least, do your due diligence and wait until you have detailed application and all pertinent studies are complete.
Nikki, this is Krista from the City of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Hello, this is Nikki Costello.
Nikki, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you may begin.
My name is Nikki Costello, and I want to go on the record strongly opposing North Point development. I've resided in Will County for over 42 years, paid taxes in Joliet, attended JJC. I'm going to skip through a lot of stuff that I had to say, and I'm going to streamline to a couple points. We've been hearing, unless something has changed, that there will be an annual tax revenue of $1.7 million only when fully built out. This project is huge, and any area encompassing North Point will no longer be desirable. Center Point is still not fully built out, and it's been 20 years. For $1.7 million, which will take you approximately 20 years, maybe earlier, to get there, why not generate $1.7 million now with something more beneficial for all? What will be the cost on the residents, the county, that North Point isn't paying for? This is essentially, there's been no studies made, and an informed decision cannot be weighed. And I think that's unfair for the residents. With all the depreciation in the properties, the reduction in taxes, the people that will be leaving Joliet, leaving Will County, for $1.7 million, I think the math can speak for itself. The people that will commute that do commute and that are stuck on 80 for hours a day. They will be forced to move, the people that have nice houses, and to pay their taxes. And I think that is going to be devastating. I know it will be to Joliet. And there are too many holes in the proposed agreement, in my belief, and there's no way it will not sink if it's approved as is. And I don't understand how a licensed attorney could look at this agreement and not see the risk. I just know that you would not be okay with this agreement if you lived in the footprint of this project. I don't want to reiterate all the points that were discussed. So I'm just going to read a couple things that I have taken notes on. The day before the Plan Commission meeting, opposing counsel did state on the record, watched it on YouTube or Zoom, and she said that this is not going to happen unless the bridge was approved. It's not essential, and it won't happen unless the bridge was approved. So unless that changed, I'm not sure why this is even being discussed right now. And throughout the times, I know that the first meeting that we're doing a redo today, it was stated, I believe it was Mayor Odekirk who stated no bridge, no deal. Now, Tom George was asked a bunch of questions. He did admit this project would impact Elwood. He admitted they'd have significant road damage that would occur. He admitted they would contribute to their fair share of money. This is his own words under oath. Contribute to their fair share of money towards Elwood's infrastructure, yet has not contacted Elwood, and his statements are nowhere in writing. He's admitted that it is typical to route 100% of traffic through another town, yet could not name one project that they have ever completed in this fashion. He admitted they have not reached out to Manhattan. He admitted they have been working with Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery with sound trucks, traffic, yet has provided no proof of the alleged communication or proposal as stated. And to my understanding, Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery is also part of litigation these days. He's denied the ability to provide exact location. He couldn't even tell us where the location of the freight terminal would be. He admitted they did not submit a plan for special use permit as required prior to obtaining approval. He admitted he has no knowledge of the square footage of this plant. He admitted just that last hearing that he would work with farmers, and he has never reached out to any farmers that have placed anything in writing guaranteeing this verbiage. And many of the residents have stated in the footprint that they were never notified of these procedures that were required.
Wrap it up, please.
Okay. Well, I thank you all for listening to me, and I respectfully ask that you please take a moment and acknowledge innumerable risks, uncertainties, and that this whole transaction is flawed, and it's impossible not to sink. It has too many holes in it. It's very open-ended, making it impossible for the people and the entities mentioned tonight to be safe and sound, and there's not enough knowledge of what's being approved, and I beg of you to say no, and it's not too late, and I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Megan, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Megan Cooper.
Megan, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
My name is Megan Cooper, and I am a lifelong resident of Joliet. And I know you guys have heard many speeches, and a lot of people say that they hope that you guys will vote no to North Point. And I would like to go on the record to say that I would love for you guys to say no to North Point and bring in other types of businesses, other types of development that would actually bring us diversity and economic development. So it hurts me that I know that you guys were elected to represent Joliet residents, and that you guys are also listening to other people that are not actual city of Joliet residents. You're listening to people from Elwood, Manhattan, the township, all around that are going to be impacted by this project. And with saying that, I'm asking you to listen to them, not as far as being to represent Joliet themselves, but listen to them as far as being a human being that has a family, a human being that if you were faced
with the same type of development and already knowing what we have to deal with on this side of town as far as truck traffic, possible pollution, and not having diversified economic development out this way, I mean, what do we have here? We have hardly anything. If you want to go and grab something to eat, what's the best place to go to? A truck stop? We have nothing else. Build out North Point, it will be hard to sit up here and attract other types of development that might actually benefit not only the city of Joliet, but also residents that are within this community. People that live in Elwood, they're still human beings. They have families. Yes, you guys are supposed to be representing the people of the city of Joliet. However, the people of the city of Joliet also have family members that live in Elwood, that live in the township, and I'm sure that they would want you guys to take on the responsibility of being a human being and actually listening to them, because it's going to impact everybody's life that stay out this way. And I just want to say thank you for those that actually are listening to realize that what we already have to deal with on this side of town, we have enough. Let's say enough is enough. Let's go out and actually try to bring in other types of development that will bring in tax revenue, something other than warehouses. I mean, I know Joliet is better than this. And so the residents expect and we deserve better than what we are being dealt. Thank you for listening. Have a blessed day.
Nancy, this is Krista from the city of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Nancy Bartels, Elwood.
Nancy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City of Joliet council members for taking my call. As a proud union homeowner, a daughter of a proud veteran, I respectfully ask you to vote no to the Compass Business Park Annexation Agreement. The North Point project, I believe, is not in the best interest of the city of Joliet and the surrounding community. The state of Illinois is going through financial challenges brought on by the pandemic, which may lead to a lack of funding for capital improvement projects throughout the state, including Will County. How long will it take the state to fund projects previously agreed upon due to the unexpected unemployment costs and lost revenue due to the pandemic? The state has pledged over $2.1 billion in transportation improvements in Will County over the next 5 years, according to the Herald News article, Job Growth for Extraordinary, called Extraordinary by Alex Ortiz on December 14, 2020. As of now, the Interstate 80 Des Plaines River Bridge has not been started, and increased costs of materials and labor may cause further delays. Today, Governor Pritzker announced the state is reducing spending by $700 million next year. How will that impact the funding for projects in Will County? For a projected source of revenue of $1.7 million annually, how many city expenses will it cover? 17 employees making over $100,000 yearly? The upfront costs, especially due to the loss of the numerous sources of revenue to the city, may be on city residents to pay. During the pandemic, where are most revenue sources coming from? How are revenues from restaurants, bars, casinos, and retail establishments covering monthly city expenses? The Chicagoland Speedway and Route 66 drag strip did not have racing for 2020 and do not have plans for 2021. How is the city planning for a loss in revenue due to the pandemic, closing down the hospitality, entertainment, and sports industries? Will residential properties have to be raised? Just as the pandemic has caused many to reappropriate household budgets due to lost revenue, the city of Joliet hopefully has reevaluated its budget also. Hopefully the city has factored in costs of the environmental impact, health implications, effects to residential property values, infrastructure planning, and projected needs for water, fire protection, and police safety of the residents due to the added project. Has a comprehensive plan been completed or revised for employment, technology, and community services needed for the project and to consider for possible future pandemics? As the advancement of technology has increased robotics, how many long-term jobs are going to be created? North Point is more than likely using past data without robotics factored in for both labor, construction, and build-out of the project. Caterpillar is using CAT Command technology to revolutionize equipment operation. See their website, CAT Command Technology, at caterpillar.com.
How will technology affect all the supposed promised jobs? Plus, will build out of construction costs be higher than anticipated, lowering profits and ultimately revenue? You as council members are making decisions on behalf of all the residents of not only the city of Joliet, but Will County and surrounding communities, as they will all be affected by your decisions tonight. It is easy to say yes to big money with unproven promises of jobs and revenue. Vote no to propose a different plan and be considerate of your neighbors. Make the roads safer by improving infrastructure first, without losing any more lives. Fight for the protection and sustainability of the environment. Respect the veterans and the Abraham Lincoln National Veterans Cemetery. Safeguard the farmland for feeding our country. Preserve the Midday-and-Win National Tallgrass Prairie. Offer opportunities for full-time career jobs, not temporary commuter jobs. Provide opportunities for new and existing housing to build, live, and raise families. Obtain a good education in a healthy, environmentally friendly community. Respectfully, I ask you to vote no. Stand up against North Point to make the future brighter for current and future generations of all of City of Joliet, Will County, and state residents. I beg you, do what's right. Listen to the people that are talking to you tonight. Do not vote with greed. Do not vote with big money or people that have unproven studies. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Matt, this is Krista from the City of Joliet. Can you please state your full name?
Matthew Gibbons.
Matthew, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm a local union member. I have been for 20 years. I actually worked at Centerpoint for about 4 months, but because warehouse union jobs at warehouses are short-lived, I've never worked there again. Many of my union brothers and I are firmly against this project. The company building this development has a history of violating their agreements to unions and of bringing in outside labor instead of using local labor, such as in Michigan, where mid-Michigan union workers picketed the streets when North Point brought in workers from St. Louis to complete the work on the Michigan development. Furthermore, most of the unions in our area have been very busy for years and are still working, as we are considered essential during this shelter in place. Not only am I an active union member, I'm also a veteran, and appalled at the proximity of the sprawling warehouse project to the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery. I have family, friends that are laid to rest there, and one day I'll be there. My wish is to keep the cemetery peaceful, for everyone to honor our veterans, and a place for us to reflect on the sacrifices many of them made during their time of service. Building this warehouse facility next to the graves of veterans, a bridge whose sole purpose is to provide passage for thousands of semi-trucks a day, would shatter that sanctuary. The noise generated by all those semi-trucks would disrupt the peaceful atmosphere one can currently find at the cemetery. Even worse, the noise would disturb burial ceremonies and the military funeral honors of our veterans. Councilman Morris, please remember you ran your last campaign in part on a moratorium on warehousing. And Councilwoman Quillman, please remember the Joliet residents at the Southeast press conference that you attended said that this is not what they want for their community. All members, please remember the facts against this project laid out to you by the majority of callers. The downfalls and negative impacts to Joliet and its neighbors far outweigh any perceived positives. Say no to North Point. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the callers. The petitioner will be given an opportunity to respond.
thank you again for taking the time to listen to all these folks. I want to thank the folks for calling in, the folks who came here. We definitely learned a few things, as we do every time we listen in public. So really do appreciate the passion and the thoughtfulness in all of the comments, and greatly appreciate your patience and your thoughtfulness in listening to them and to us. So the fact is that the containers are coming in ever-increasing numbers. The Port of LA Long Beach just set an all-time record in the month of October and then again in November. The containers are coming. When they hit LA Long Beach, they're coming here. A tremendous amount of them are coming here. This is the access to the center of the country and then eventually to the East Coast also. So there's nothing we can do about that. They're coming. And you are the host of one of those facilities. Not the original, but the second facility, you are the host of. And I don't think there's any community that is suffering more than you are from the traffic that's being generated by those. So I think you have a front row seat to what's going on. And you know that. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. You all know what you're dealing with. And I just feel like the rest of the communities need to understand, you are in the front row seat here of what is happening. You're not somehow shielded from the truck traffic. You are dealing with it. The city of Joliet is dealing with it. And I think what you're trying to do is a wise step towards controlling it, towards seeing no further increases on 53, on 52, on Laraway, on Manhattan Arsenal Road. And in all these communities, you heard several people talking about trucks driving through their area. That is because facilities developed on 53, on Laraway, on 52, the trucks can come from anywhere, right? They can come from anywhere. And they can go through local roads, they can go through neighborhoods where they don't belong, because they're allowed to be, because they're accessing facilities that have no restrictions. There's no restriction to a building on 53 that says you can't come from the south, you can't come across the Manhattan-Monet Blacktop, come through downtown Manhattan, come down all the way to 53 and get to your building. There are no restrictions. And what you're looking to do and what you have been presented is an opportunity to stop that. To stop it from coming through Jackson Township. To stop these trucks from coming through Manhattan Township. To stop them from coming through the village of Manhattan. What you're considering is the solution that everybody that has called in is looking for. And I applaud you for that. And I think folks who have been willing to look at this objectively have said, yeah, this is what we need. We need to bring these trucks across the new Hobo Bridge. We need to bring them off of the Arsenal Road interchange. And we need to bring them on a route that does not allow them to have on-grade access to surface roads that can get them into these various neighborhoods. So again, I really applaud, your willingness to listen to everybody and your willingness to consider this project. I have lots of other things that people said that we could respond to, but I don't want to just start going down my list. I'd rather hear what it is you would like us to respond to, and we'll respond to it.
Well, I'll probably ask most questions than anybody.
Excellent.
And I'm the new kid on the block.
Excellent.
Right? So I heard that the wages will be very limited with no benefits. I heard the benefits in Joliet will only be about $1.7 million a year. I heard that we're taking up farmland that normally would be used for farming. So in a nutshell, what is it that will North Point benefit, and how will North Point benefit Joliet, the families of Joliet, the homeless people in Joliet, the unemployed in Joliet, the people that have, what I have here is the most vulnerable people of Joliet. They've been hit by COVID, they're out of unemployment. So what is it that I can tell myself and my heart of these people who are parents who compassionately pled for their children breathing fresh air? I think those same mothers would say it's a tragedy that a child in Joliet should go to bed hungry. All right, no child should go to bed hungry. And right now, Joliet, are we agreeing? There are children going to bed hungry every night in Joliet. There are families living in their cars. So how can we team up with North Point? How will North Point solve some of our problems so that those mothers in Manhattan and Elwood can say, God, I didn't think about that. Why didn't I think about that? They're in nice warm homes with color TV sets, and I know a family of 3 living in a car. So please go down that path with me, because I'm new, all right? So pretend like I'm just brand new out of the womb, and explain to me how North Point and Joliet can help each other.
Will do.
Is that a fair question, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's something that's really at the heart of this project. I think that we have been looking at the ways to make sure that this project directly benefits the community. So for starters, we're talking about I don't remember the exact number, 6.6 million, I believe, is the total amount of money we're looking to pay for these buildings as an additional fee to the city of Joliet, with $5 million of that being paid up front. Once the project gets going, $5 million being directly handed to the city of Joliet to use in ways that the city of Joliet determines directly benefit their citizens. So that's, I think, on a per acre basis, the most amount that has ever been paid in Joliet. I'm pretty confident of that. So that's the first commitment. Real money. I heard you discussing your budget and your issues. This is real money that would be paid up front. Secondly, jobs. Okay, we're looking at, first of all union construction, of course, roads, bridge, buildings, everything. All union maintenance. That's something we've done that I don't know has been done before, where we have said the ongoing maintenance of the park will also be done by union employees. I think that's very significant, because this park is going to require a lot of road work and roof repair and tenant improvements and all the things that go with an ongoing park for the long term. That will be done with union employees, and I think that's really awesome. And so those high-paying jobs will continue throughout the whole project. I heard a gentleman mention, a tremendous shortage that he has in his company with openings. Pay them more. Pay more. Get better benefits. That's what we're looking for, the type of companies we want to create a very nice environment. I think you've heard me talk before. You see what's codified in the agreement. One of your council members wanted to make sure all the promises we made were in the agreement. So they're all in the agreement about the upgrades we plan to make for this park. And that is to lead to better employers, better companies who treat their employees better, who care about the environment that they're in. They care about the quality of the buildings. They care about walking paths. They care about the quality of the naturalized detention, the landscaping. We took no variances. We have one variance for additional trailer storage to meet today's requirements. And not every facility will use that additional trailer storage, certainly, but that will be for some. But we took no variances to your code at all. And you have a tremendous code to protect Jackson Creek, a tremendous code to protect Manhattan Creek, a tremendous code for landscaping buffers around all of your buildings. We took no exceptions to that, to any of your codes at all. The roads, one gentleman mentioned that we only say Portland cement. That is your head of public works, and that's his requirement that the roads be concrete. And of course, they will be built to IDOT standards, so everything will be specified down to how much air is entrained in the concrete. But so create a quality environment, and then write a check up front, get good jobs, have union workers in the park for its entire life, and then one of the last things that we did specifically, you are new, you haven't heard this before, is we do have a community benefit committee. Councilman Morris is on that committee, and that committee has already held 2 food drives, so you're speaking to families going to bed hungry. We've held 2 mobile pantries already, and thank you for your help with that. And we have held meetings with the unions to talk about what our workforce looks like in the field.
No, North Point appeals to a higher class of tenant, is what I'm understanding?
That's exactly. We build a high-class building.
You can't control the tenant, what they want to pay, but if you control the tenant, the quality of the tenant coming in, then you have some success.
That's what we're all after. We're after a high quality tenant mix that is going to treat their employees well, that cares about the environment, that is willing to possibly even pay some premium to be in a quality environment. And we're certainly not going to be the low-cost provider in this situation because, for one, we are getting no incentives. Okay, there is no TIF, there is no tax abatement. Every park developed around us, and I say every, I'm not 100% sure of that, but I know several of the parks, several I was involved in, even have incentives. And even though there's been statements maybe to the contrary, they have incentives. We're not asking for any incentives. So we're not going to be the low-cost provider necessarily. We're going to build a quality environment, and we're building it without using taxpayer money. So
and you can assure me, sir, that again, I'm a brand new kid on the block, that you'll be sensitive to Elwood's needs and Manhattan's needs and understand their concerns also about
absolutely
pollution and the environment and
absolutely. This park was born in Elwood. I don't know, you've heard tonight, that Elwood turned this park down at some point, but this park started in Elwood. And Elwood at the time was in a lawsuit with Centerpoint. They were in a lawsuit to close the Walter Strawn entrance. They had a lot going on. Industrial developers were not real popular, so they had a lot of requirements, one of which was that closed loop truck network. That started right there with, we want to control that. And the idea was so good that even though for reasons Elwood knows, whatever they are, they decided not to take a vote on the project. But for reasons that were so good, it makes sense to you. And again, you're one of the hosts of those two intermodals, and you're suffering dramatically. I mean, anybody who gets off of Route 80 at 53 knows that situation cannot go on, and it cannot get worse. Goodness.
And you have a plan to avoid that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I think, again, I think so this committee, the idea is to do projects for the city specifically. The idea is to try to channel and funnel the charitable efforts of the tenants in the park towards the city. It is also to try to create workforce opportunities for people from the city. So we'll be partnering with the junior college. We will actually, there's a requirement in the agreement that we build on the Compass Business Park a learning and career center where we will partner with Joliet Junior College, most likely, to train folks at the site. This may be truck driving, it may be for computer programming, it may be for forklift, it may be for various things. So we have that commitment in the agreement to build that at our cost on the campus. So yeah, we're very focused on trying to make sure that this is going to benefit this city residents.
Hi, Tom. Couple questions that came to me through emails from folks that live down in Elwood, and they were stated here, some of them tonight. Number one question they have is, with everything going to be there and the up to 5,000 workers, they want to know, do you have a plan for where the workers are going to drive and where they're going to park? Particularly what roads, because they're afraid that they're going to inundate the roads besides the trucks.
Right. Great question. And I'm sorry, you started to speak, but your voice came out over here. It's like, where are you at?
I'm over here.
And of course, I can't see your mouth moving, so I just hear this voice over here, and I'm like, who's talking? Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea to sort of raise your hand when you start to talk, because I can't see anybody's mouth. So, as we've said before, the cars will be able to come from 360 degrees. We don't want to limit the car approach at all, because we don't want to create any higher impact on any community than all of them. And the car count right now, based on the numbers we agreed to with IDOT, we're looking at 9,635 cars at full build out throughout the course of the entire day. That's coming and going, counting every trip, 9,635 cars. for the project that's in front of you. So it's not an extremely large amount spread out through the course of the day and spread out 360 degrees to approach from every direction. So what we know is we don't know everything, right? I don't want to claim to know everything. We don't. So there's an obligation in the agreement that says every 3 million square feet, we will look at the traffic all anew. We will count all those intersections again. We'll see which direction the cars are going. And then we will do those off-site improvements. One of the callers talked about a single intersection could be $1 million. We've got in the teens of millions of dollars planned for off-site road improvements that are not in the park, and that does not include the bridge. To go do an intersection improvement at 53 in Manhattan one day, and at 52 in Manhattan one day, and all these intersections around us. So we will be doing those improvements, and we will also be restudying those every 3 million square feet to see where we're wrong.
Okay, thank you. Number two, could you explain the gate truck stops that you have? People think it's just a gate or it's just a side rail. Could you explain what you showed when you were having some meetings? You had pictures.
Yes, and I'm sorry, but it's the same as always. I think maybe where the confusion is coming is to the side area. So, and we have met with the farmers. I have met with the Farm Bureau twice. They reached out to us, invited us to a specific meeting. We were happy to go. So what we have is this ornamental iron headache maker over the road. It's ornamental iron. It's not just an I-beam. Stone columns on both sides. That is the deterrent for the trucks to try to enter the park or leave the park via a way they shouldn't do it. Now, we all know that if a truck pulls up to a barrier and he can't go through, there's a problem, right? And today, in this whole area, the problem is solved by the truck doing a turn in somebody's yard or backing up. So what we have planned is a cul-de-sac on both sides. So the barrier will be across the road, and on the right side will be a cul-de-sac that truck can turn around and go the other way safely and easily. If a truck is trying to get out of the park, he'll approach that same barrier, he'll have a cul-de-sac too. Now, in meetings with farmers, fire departments, police departments, the thought was, you should have a way to get around this. Some of the combines are so big that they can't go under that barrier. Some fire trucks are so big, they may not be able to go under that barrier. And what about in an emergency? Where we maybe have to route trucks in the city's sole discretion, they can determine trucks need to be routed a different way. So what was determined was to put a gate over on the side over there between those two cul-de-sacs. What we talked about with the farmers is we're actually going to put a key code on it. So the farmers don't have to climb down out of their combine. They can pull over there onto that cul-de-sac, punch those buttons, and they will be able to go right through. So I think that little gate that's over there is maybe what the gentleman was referring to. But we'll have a full iron deterrent across.
So if they try to run through it, they'll wreck their truck.
Absolutely.
Like going under a bridge when they think they can make it and it gets stuck.
Absolutely.
Okay. Another question was the cemetery turnaround, because the trucks are still getting lost in the Abraham Lincoln Cemetery. And you had talked about many times, I know, down at the VFW, down off at the Stone City, what you had planned for that.
Right. So when the Village of Elwood, lobbied, I don't know what the word is, but successfully got Walter Strawn closed, immediately the trucks started going through the cemetery. The trucks, according to the village's testimony, as many as 12,000 vehicles used Walter Strawn prior to its closure, and as many as 8,000 of those were trucks. So as soon as they closed that, those trucks started looking for a way to get into the Elwood Port area. And that way is through the cemetery. Unfortunately, there is a road that goes out the back of the cemetery to Walter Strong. And if they pull up their Google Earth, they can see that road and they go for it. And it's a serious problem. And we have been thinking about that from the very first day we started this project. Was how can, this has nothing to do with North Point. These trucks are going to, North Point, the Compass Business Park doesn't exist. So they're not going to our park. They're not coming from our park. We don't have a park. They're trying to get to Elwood like they used to since the year 2000, 2001, 2 or 3, whenever Walter Strong was built and opened. And so we want to try to help that. And so we've created a truck turnaround at Mississippi where we will invite them in no matter where they're going and try to send them on their way. We have offered to the cemetery that if they would like us to build a $250,000 truck turnaround on some spot that's out of the way, we'd be happy to do that. The cemetery is, I'm not going to speak for them. They're in consideration of various things at this point in time.
Another question, you talk about Google Earth. So once you get going on this project, are you going to be able to contact Google Earth or however you do it so that when people do Google how to get to North Point, to put them on the right roads, not the quickest way there? Are you able to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. We will be very proactive on that. We'll be very proactive on it with our tenants too. When tenants place orders, driving directions are given. We'll be working with our tenants to make sure that they're working with their transportation companies so that this problem will be avoided. And like the Elwood Park is I'm sure 99.9% successful at getting the trucks to go the right way. I think the cemetery has said as many as 10 trucks a week. Well, there's thousands and thousands of trucks every, a day that go to the Elwood Port. They're 99.9% successful. We hope to be even higher. But if we're not, that's where we want to make sure we don't cause harm to anybody else. We safely pull these trucks in and get them going the right direction. So again, I think they're fairly successful. We plan to be more successful, but we will be very active working with our tenants to make sure that they're having the transportation companies come the right way.
Sure.
Tom, wasn't there some conversation with the county on having a county-wide Google, for lack of a better term, map just for the trucks? That somebody there, some organizations were trying to put that together so places like that cemetery road would be taken off and this would be made available to all the trucks, or was that just a pipe dream?
So there's some technology is making all this stuff better so rapidly. I mean, technology is just changing our lives so quick. I mean, these warehouses are amazing how efficient they've become because of technology. They've gotten, the volume has increased 67%, yet the truck traffic has decreased to a third. From 600 and some trucks a day, the Institute of Traffic Engineers now say that 220 trucks per million square feet, where just 12 years ago was 640 trucks a day per million square feet. So technology is impacting everything very quickly. There's a couple things happening. There's a test program in one of the mountain states with the transportation companies to give them real-time data in the cab of the truck. There's also a program that one of the county board members was involved with that is, it's really the ability to direct traffic in minute ways. They literally are selling this to hospitals so that you can put in your phone, my mother is in room 224 of the hospital, and it will take you on the road to the parking lot, in the door, to the elevator, to the floor, to the room where your mother is. So one of the big applications they called us about is intermodals and industrial parks. And we're very excited about that. And that's technology that's out there today. So to have the ability to know that you're going to pick your container up in this location, you know, intermodal is huge. To know right where to go, you're gonna pick it up in this location, and it's being told to you right in your cab. You're gonna drive down this road, you're gonna pull into this 1 million square foot building, not in that driveway, but this driveway. And you're gonna go drop that container in this spot, you're gonna go over there and pick one up in that spot and leave. That's amazing technology, and it's coming, and we're very interested in that. It's one of the things about the park. I mean, we're building this park to be able to accommodate the next generation of technology. Everything is big. Roads are big, the staging areas are big, the driveways will be big. We want to make sure that we can accommodate, and we don't want to overbuild. We don't want to overbuild the sites. We want to be able to accommodate the next generation.
Thank you. I'll probably be your biggest pain in the ass, okay? So I'm a short term.
No, not at all.
Right? And I'm an interim councilman. I want to do as much good as I can in the short time I have. So I want to team up with a party that has the same goals as I do, okay? We talk about hunger. We talk about homelessness. We talk about drug abuse, right? Programs that will help with getting the citizens of Joliet and the surrounding area back on track. I'm also a big proponent of the Hippocratic Oath, cause no harm, right? So I've listened with compassion to these people in these rural areas that have had the quiet life, and they don't want to be disrupted. And again, I feel for them, but I also think, like I said earlier, those mothers would just love to see children in Joliet fed. So I want to team with a party that has the same goal as we do. The other question I have for you, and it's probably my last one, is as you develop larger and larger and larger, it's going to go to bigger and bigger strain on the police and fire, is it not, sir? Do you have a plan for helping them somehow if they need more equipment, or if they need, or that should come out of the general fund, or again, that's probably a question that I should ask Jim, but you know, our police and fire are restrained more, right? Because again, more buildings, more territory to cover. Is there a plan to help them in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah. So, one, I think you had mentioned earlier 1.7 million. And
that's what they said. I'm only listening to them, but I don't know if that's true.
So I think our estimate for the tax income to the city is 2.7 million in today's numbers.
That's a lot more than 1.7 million.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And specifically though in the agreement, it does provide for I think 20 acres of land donation for utility purposes. So this would be a water facility, public works facility, things like that, up to 20 acres. And then 15 acres, I believe, is the donation that's specifically targeted for police or fire to extend your network to that area. So we are looking to be proactive in providing space for those opportunities. Beyond that, it would be the tax bill and the 6 point whatever million that we are.
Herb, your mic isn't on. Can you turn your microphone on?
Oh, sorry.
I think people can hear you.
Well, you answered all my questions. I hope I appreciate your time, and you've all been here many, many days, and I'm sure you have too. But thank you very much, sir.
If I could jump in on one thing, when you talk about taxes, I don't have all the numbers in front of us. I did back in April. There's a number of taxing bodies that will benefit from this, not just the city of Joliet. Will County government will get, I think, over $1 million a year. This is, again, fully built out. The one caller was right. These are not instant, not next year, not 5 years from now. This is what fully built out. But the estimates, the school districts, a number of them are going to receive millions of dollars annually in taxes, including District 204, which, if my memory serves me right, will receive over $5 million a year in taxes from this project. The Joliet Park District would receive a significant amount of tax dollars, the Joliet Library. So it is more than the 1.7 million that the caller mentioned. I thought that was the estimate for the city of Joliet, but again, that was fully built out. So it'll be incremental, obviously, going up. But I just want to fill in the blanks on that. Yes.
Okay. Tom?
Yes.
As I've been sitting here listening and going through the emails with other questions that people didn't get a chance to ask, you'd answered this before some months ago, but could you talk about their concern about the water issue? And you had talked about how much water you might be using or would be using.
Right. So your public utilities director has undertaken a big study on the water and sewer, and we have worked very closely with them on that. We agreed to use what we felt were very inflated numbers for our type of use, because we have very good records on our type of use from buildings that are in the city of Joliet water bills. You know, it's real easy to see how much this 1 million foot building used and this 100,000 foot building used. So, so we agreed though to use a very much higher number to allow them to do the study with that. And I understand why. You know, they want to make sure they're taking into account, you know, who knows, a manufacturer could come and want to wash lettuce all day long. It takes a lot of water, so we get that. Our water usage, based on that number, was relatively insignificant in your grand scheme of things. We probably estimated 100,000 gallons per day at full build out, and agreed to use a number probably 2 or 3 times that big. So again, relatively small. Industrial uses about 17% of what residential would use. And we're willing to be creative in every possible way to make sure we're not, you know, we use what's called turf type tall fescue. One of the biggest water users in the building is the irrigation system. It's crazy, but that's a fact. Buildings can easily use 500,000 gallons a month for irrigation. So we use what's called turf type tall fescue. We irrigate it for the first year to get it growing, maybe a little bit in the second year, and by the third year, we're pretty well done. It grows on its own. We're not using chemicals. We're mowing these lawns once a month. So we're not spewing mower fumes all over the place. We don't fertilize them, and we don't irrigate them once they're growing. So we will look at every possible way. We're looking at rooftop water to use for irrigation right now. We'll look at every possible way to save water and to work with the community. But in general, we use very little water.
Yes. Councilwoman, I do remember too, back, this has been going on for some time now, and it's been very thorough. You know, now we've gone through it twice. Back during and prior to the last hearings, Allison Swisher came up to the podium because I called her up and I said, have we looked into this? And she said, absolutely. And she's run the numbers past our consultants for our water project. And what Mr. George just said is, what Mr. George just said is exactly what she said. No impact. No impact.
Right, but I just wanted to reiterate because again, I've been getting emails with
right, absolutely.
So people will know. And one other thing I wanted to add, with your facility down in Edgerton, you had a room, a computer room, and to educate people to get higher, move up in the company. So could you explain a little bit about that, what you have there for the community and people that are warehouse workers and
right.
non-workers as well?
Right, yeah, exactly. We again, we're committed here to build that same facility and to work in joint venture with one of your institutions. So far, we've been talking to JJC, and I think that makes the most sense. And they seem to, and I've been associated with them for 30 years, by being a neighbor. And I think it's a great organization. So we will have that facility on site. Certainly what we're seeing is again, technology is just moving into every aspect of our lives. So there's training required to make sure that young people and even older people can adapt to those jobs. So that facility will be on site.
And then you can move up as you had many graduates move up and they were managers. They started out as warehouse workers. Because I stopped a couple people on the side. I went up because I drove down there with my husband and we went around and we asked different people and what they thought, and they just thought. I had one lady, she drives all the way from St. Louis, Missouri to go work at your company, an hour and 15 minutes a day, she said. So, you have to go around and you have to just talk to people and not just listen to what you presented that day. But I did go around, I went to businesses, people in the community. They said, you've been a good neighbor, you've contributed money to their library and their schools. And I thought that was very impressive. It wasn't the dog and pony show that everybody talks about. You did not pay me to say this. I have not collected any money from you. I went there on my own dime. Nobody paid me to go down there. And I wasn't flown down there in a private jet, so just for the record, you all know that. And you can look at my D2s, and I have $400 in my account right now to go take a look at it. anyway, I want to just clear that up. But I think all the emails that I received, I think you've answered all those questions. And I think people are very distrustful because there has been other misinformation. I know how passionate everybody is, but I think, you know, if we'd all come on board together with this, we could all have a piece of the pie. I did try to do that at some of those meetings, but I was told they just didn't want it, period. So we just have to come together and do the best that we can. And thank you for your honesty with your questions, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, and I will say just that you all put the work in, which was tremendous. You know, I think almost all of you made the trip at some point in time. You've been to countless meetings, you've listened to hours of testimony, and your staff has done a phenomenal job. And you have a great staff. That is such a treat for us to work with such an incredibly professional staff who, you know, again, somebody said, you know, trust me. There's no trust required. It's all in the document in black and white.
Well, I think you addressed every concern that I've heard for the past several days. You addressed my concerns. And the other thing, I just heard another concern that if you're blacktopping over a certain area, what happens to that water? But every project has to be approved with permits so that if it's a 100-year rain taking consideration. We don't explain that to people that might not know that you can't just do whatever you want. If you're building a 1 million square foot roof, you take 100, you explain it better than I. The water is, the rain and the water is all taken care of before you build a building. Explain that to please.
Flooding goes down when we develop. So farm field can absorb just a certain amount of water, and then once, you know, if you get a 2-inch rain, probably the first ½ inch gets absorbed, and after that, it runs. And you only need to drive down to the park to see how it runs and the damage it does when it runs. The roadside ditches are just so deep and so sharp and eroded. At one point last year, they said, you know, the water completely covered the road, and you could see the water stains on the corn stalks that high up, you know, on both sides.
So it will not happen. You address that problem.
Yeah, so that doesn't happen once we develop. We have to capture all that. And again, one of the things that's codified in the agreement is that all of our detention will be 100% naturalized. So
you have in your plan detention ponds and holding the water and everything else.
And letting the water soak back in the ground. That's really the biggest point of our naturalized detention, is to get that water back into the aquifer and not into the creek. But of course, if it goes into the creek, and some will, it goes in at a much slower rate. So farm field, again, absorbs a certain amount, nothing runs off, but then it reaches the point where everything runs off, and that's where the flooding happens. With us, we have to capture everything and then let it run off over a much longer period of time at a low rate. So this is all, again, it's all law, the state of Illinois, the county, the city.
People that aren't in construction might not know that, so that's why you explain everything clearly. You address every point, counterpoint, and then that's why I'm glad we're doing this, okay? It's worth it. It's worth your time and our time, okay? And the last thing that I heard is they're concerned about all this will not be farmed anymore, but it might not have been farmed anyway. If these people wanted to sell the land, they would have sold it to somebody else. I mean,
yeah, we're certainly only buying land from willing sellers. You know, for folks who want to sell.
If they're selling the land to you, they know what they're doing. They chose not to farm it anymore. You know, in my opinion, I don't know. They just, you know.
Yeah, that's correct. And I can't dig deep into understanding their psyche. But they have decided, you know.
But again, I heard one of the complaints is we're taking up land that would have been farmed, but it might not have been farmed anyway. If they don't sell it to you, they sell it to somebody else. Am I correct in that assumption? You know,
absolutely.
If they want to sell, they're going to sell.
Some of this land that we're buying has been bought and sold a couple of times. It was bought and sold for a residential development that was bought and stopped.
So North Point directly is not taking farmland that would have been farmed and taken away. It would have been, probably wouldn't have been farmed anyways.
I don't know if it would have been farmed or not, but we're buying it from people who want to sell it. And what we are trying to do too is to try to build up and help our local farmers by giving them access through the park, by giving them access to the intermodal. That's one of the things we're committed to, is that no other truck can come in from outside the park except our local farmers. who need to get to the intermodal to sell their grain for the highest price to be put in those containers and shipped overseas. That's their best price, and we're gonna give them that direct access that they used to have on Walter Strong, but they no longer have. So we are gonna restore that access for them.
Mayor, yes, Councilman Landy, you know, like you said, you're the new kid on the block, right? So yeah, there's been absolutely, and I know people are making it sound like North Point or the city of Joliet. Someone tonight said, why don't you develop land you own, Joliet? We don't own land, we're a city. You know, we incorporate it. Well, what I'm saying is nobody was forced to sell. These are farmers who decided to sell. If they didn't sell to North Point, they could have sold to one of hundreds of smaller developers to put it up. And this is America, well, we can't stop them from having a private sale.
You're on the same page I am, but I wanted that brought out.
Right.
We are not stopping the farming. The farming, if they don't sell to North Point, they might sell to IBM directly, and they'll build something there. So it's
bingo.
We're not forcing them to sell, and we don't have land to build on. So I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, no, I just wanted to clarify that.
I want people that are in the other room and people that are listening to this all night to hear this, that we're not out to harm Manhattan or Elwood or any of the surrounding communities. That from what I understand, we're all in it together. We want to help each other. And this program would help them as well as it helps us. Am I correct, Tom?
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, I'm confident that if a big developer came in and had bought all this land that is currently, it was designated basically by the federal government as a smaller plot that grew, if they came in here and said that they wanted to put up a Mall of America, and they told us that we can make it work, we'd be considering that. If it's a private sale, and it's good that you're bringing this up, Councilman Landis, because you're right, some people don't, they hear what was said earlier tonight, they don't know what the...
There's an advantage being moved in and what.
There you go, there you go. And it works great.
Mike?
Mayor, I don't have much of a question, more of a comment. And if North Point doesn't pass tonight, it's a moot point. But Kevin Hagerty made a comment tonight that kind of jarred my memory as I was sitting here. And back when the drag strip went in and then the NASCAR track, there was a lot of opposition to the neighbors around the track, concerned about noise, concerned about different things. And the city formed a committee, and I was on it. I think I was, I don't know if it was one other liaison or just myself, but it was myself, city staff, neighbors around the track, and the developer, and that we would meet on a weekly basis when it was going up to address problems that the neighbors had concerns about and what was going on. Excuse me. And for, like I say, we met every week for quite a few weeks, and then it got less and less and less. And so we try to be good neighbors to the people out around there. And, you know, I think if it does pass, I think that the city should consider, you know, having a committee established to work down in the area, whether, and I mean, it's a much larger concept. But I think that, you know, the committee was comprised of city staff, the developer, representatives from the owners of the track, and I think in this case it would be smart to have people from Elwood, Manhattan, and those areas, whether it be an elected official or whether it be you know, a property owner or whoever it is. I mean, you can,
like the go-between.
You can put it together however you want it, but and who's on it. But I think it's important that you know, there's a lot of concerns down there, and I think that if there's a committee established with either, like I say, elected officials or property owners or whoever, that can get to somebody and say, hey, we're having a problem with this and this. They aren't doing this. They're doing this. I think it will give them a seat at the table.
It's a good idea. Let me ask you this: if we had 3 or more council members that have to meet publicly, and do you want it done that way, or would you want it more informal?
Well, I think we need to talk about it but I think there should be a committee established if it does pass.
I would agree. I think that's a great idea.
And Mayor?
Yes.
If my memory serves me right, I'm gonna make a guess, and Mr. George North Point folks can say if I'm wrong, that they have no problem with this concept.
It's actually in the agreement.
Because we talked about it last, Mr. George, we talked about it last March and April.
Yes.
Yeah.
We talked about having that, and we never got around to, as you said, discussing it and moving forward, because we had to do the reset.
Well, so we are, the Community Benefit Committee is there.
Right.
And that is one of the stated goals, and objectives. Number one is inform all members of the status of development of the property and what to expect over the following quarter. Number two, receive, review, and respond to any complaints generated by the development of the property. So all that other stuff we were talking about the other things the benefit committee is going to do as far as helping, that comes after. But the first two bullet points are we don't want the city in general to be the complaint department. But we want the city to always be aware. So we thought it would make sense to have this committee with some staff, with a council member, and some members from Jackson Township area and the Manhattan Township area. Totally agree. I want that. I would like to have these folks, and I think the mayor did actually have a name or two that we have not been able to get in contact with or get a response from. But I think he had already had that idea of getting somebody from that area. So totally agree. We be it a council, a village board member from those two communities, I think the more we can bring people in and make sure we're all informed, I think that's a great idea. So I absolutely endorse that, and that's what we want.
The last thing I've got, I think when I listen to all the phone calls intently, and I appreciate, like you did, their passion and their emotion. They love their home, they love where they're at, and they're all good people. They really are good, hardworking people. But I think one thing they might have overlooked is, I would assume someone with the environment, with COVID and with unemployment running out, is employment for them too. I mean, you're going to be right there. You can draw from Wilmington and from Elwood and from Manhattan, and they might need employment. Someone might need a job in that area, not just in Joliet. So you can employ people from their community as well. I mean, right now it's a tough time, with unemployment running out on people and no incentive plan from the government coming to help them. There might be people from Manhattan and Elwood struggling as well financially, that could benefit from this project.
And, these facilities have all types of jobs. They have the person who runs the place, the manager.
Not everyone is $15.
Absolutely. I mean, the scale is huge. As you saw when you toured in Kansas, you saw manufacturing facilities, you saw all types of things. And again, we want to build a very quality environment. And right now, if somebody's looking for a large new manufacturing campus in Joliet, I don't know how many opportunities are currently out there. I heard some huge acreages that were put out, but we know that's not the case. So we want to create that environment where people will be very comfortable bringing high-paid employees to go to work.
Tom, just one more statement, just for the record. It's my understanding that you're going to be meeting with Matt Robinson from Jackson Township and their board very soon. Is that correct?
Yeah, 13th of January.
Okay.
And I said, we'll talk about anything you want.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Yes?
Yeah.
Well, the one last thing I've got, and then I'm done, because it's very informative, and I know I probably am limited because I'm new, should only speak 1/10 of the time, but whatever.
No, it's good you're asking questions.
No, not a question. It's obvious that this is going to boom all of the unions in the area, right? Just building. It's going to be 150 operators and engineers and iron workers and masons and asphalt people and roofers and sheeters and drywall and electricians and the list ends. So it's pretty well known that I own one of the largest steel erecting companies in this area, and because of the nature that it could look like a conflict of interest, I'm announcing out loud that I will not build anything in North Point. My company has chosen not to build anything in North Point because I don't want it to seem like I'm voting for this. If I do vote for it, that I'm doing it for self-interest. Follow me, Tom? So, Imperial Steel Erectors will not bid any job at North Point, right? And that's on the record.
That's impressive.
But I do not want any impropriety that if I do vote yes, that Herb's doing it just so he can put his iron work to work. We'll work elsewhere. We'll be fine, right? I'm 74 years old. I'm looking in the rearview mirror anyways, okay? I'm not gonna be doing this until I'm 90, like Pat is, so,
That is
I know you're
normal.
fed up with me, Mayor, but I'm done, okay, so.
Larry, I respectfully request, I want to hear more.
What?
I want to hear more from you.
Quiet down. My wife told me I gotta be home by 9 o'clock, what time is it?
All I was gonna say was,
Oh my
I
God, I
don't,
gotta get out of here.
I don't have any specific questions for North Point from Mr. George, not because I don't care. None of us, I know this for a fact, but I want to make it publicly clear, none of us waited, Herb's catching up only because he just got appointed a week ago, but none of us waited until today to get the information from that side. Staff can tell, I've been doing my own research, we all have, we've all taken tours, done research to varying degrees. Staff can tell you from the legal department to the city manager's office to the economic development that I've been quite a frequent caller about this project. So I've kept abreast of this starting way back this past January. And then today we got an opportunity to hear again and more. And that's what really caught my attention during these.
Well, this isn't new to me either. I've asked, because I've been here in business 41 years this year, as you know, we talked
Right.
about that privately, okay? And I have lots of friends in the business, and Pat knows that I've talked to influential people in Joliet, and I've talked to everyday workers like my guys, and I did not go completely naive here. So
See?
I have done my homework as well.
Exactly. So, and my point is I don't have any questions for him because I wanted to hear from the opposition, those that are opposing him. We've already, and like you said, you've got connections in the industry and you've been watching as a citizen too. So all of us. My point is, all of us to some degree have. Tonight wasn't a night to educate us. We've been educated on this, and it was an opportunity in the last 3 meetings with cross-examinations for the public to be educated as we are, because they don't get a chance to call up the economic development director or the city manager like that. We do. We get our answers. We get them now. I think this has been thoroughly vetted, and I don't have any further questions.
Anyone else, questions or comments? Betty?
Just quick, mine is just short. And first, let me thank all of the callers who were so passionate and calling in with their concerns. Tom, my concern still is, and I went out to Edmonton out there. I saw a beautiful facility. I even told you that. But the location was fine for that facility. But now, when I look at it in the footprint of where you want to be here in Joliet, and you and I have talked about this, my concern, and I was a little bit perplexed because we talked about that bridge. Okay, so if the bridge isn't done, it's a moot point. Everything, all of your good plans and forecasts for Joliet and surrounding areas are moot. Okay, but what kind of got to me is that what made me set up and take note is that, say the bridge doesn't go there, and I heard you say there's no plan B. That kind of,
Oh, well, trust me, we're always looking and trying to figure it out. And if we need to go to a plan B, we will work super hard to get to a plan B.
Okay.
But right now, as we sit here today, we think that location makes the most sense. And we think at the end of the day, it will be a benefit for more than just us. But again, we will work real hard on plan B with your staff, and we'll come up.
I consider that to be kind of an incomplete plan if we don't have a backup. But that's just me. I don't feel anything. But and the other thing that I heard from the callers that came in, that called in, I think Brian and Mary and Michelle and Margie, they were really concerned about the environmental piece. So can you get them more information, or do we have that study that we can share with them? They're really concerned
Right.
about that.
Right. So the environmental piece, let's talk about it a little bit. For one, there's going to be 3 communities in that area, right? There's Elwood on the west. There'll be Joliet in the center, hopefully. And there's Manhattan on the east. The two communities on either side are planning industrial all the way down to Hoff Road. It already exists in Elwood. We own it. CenterPoint developed it, and we bought it for the place for the bridge to Lane. That industrial is already there, right at Hoff Road. On the other side, Manhattan Comprehensive, you can go on their websites today, right now, and look at their comprehensive plans. They're on there, I checked this morning. And they go down to Hoff Road on both sides. We're 2,600 feet north of Hoff. So we're trying to be sensitive to Medewan from the get-go. So I think that's number one. Number two, lighting-wise, lighting pollution, I think that's one of the major concerns. We've agreed in the agreement to not mount a light on a building higher than 30 feet above the floor and not mount a light in a parking lot higher than 35 feet. Now, if you look at nighttime at the intermodals, those lights, I don't know, 50, 75 feet? I mean, you can see the BNSF intermodal like you're standing next to it when you're out on I-55 because the lights are so high. We've put a height limit in there. We've also put that the light fixtures need to be dark sky compliant. And we've put that they can never be tipped up. They have to be mounted horizontal. That's actually in the agreement. So light pollution, we're taking care of that. We also don't allow buildings to be externally lit, and we don't allow, like lighting of buildings at nighttime, we don't allow. So environmentally on the light side, we're there. For trucks, right. So here's what's happening with trucks. Trucks are getting, thanks to President Obama, trucks are getting more and more and more efficient. I just talked to a farmer the other day who said, Don, I just got a new truck. Well, I said, new to me, it's 3 years old. And he goes, this thing's incredible. 15-speed automatic. I didn't know they made an automatic truck, but they do. He said, this thing is quiet, smooth, efficient, clean. So the trucks are getting cleaner and cleaner. Now, and the truck numbers are coming down. I think that's the most that's one of the biggest environmental impacts is we're just using less trucks. We're getting more and more efficient with how we move product. But the electric trucks are coming, we know that. Before this park ever reaches maturity, we'll be using electric trucks, there's no question. So we've already agreed to put electric car chargers, that's in the agreement. Part of the reason we're doing that is to set up for the next phase, which is the truck charger. We want to be ready for that. And the first place that they'll use electric trucks is short haul, right? You're not going to put an electric truck on the road that's going 500 miles because it might have to stop and charge halfway there. You're going to use them in a port environment. You're going to use them running back and forth for the short haul. So as we grow slowly, the trucks will keep getting more efficient, even without electric. They're continually getting more efficient due to the laws that President Obama put in place. So we see cleaner and cleaner trucks every day, and we're using fewer and fewer of them. Now, the nearest point of the project you're considering is 2.2 miles from that school that's on Garrett. I know I heard a mile mention different things, but the project you're considering tonight, the closest point is 2.2 miles. Rowell Road, which is sort of the center of the project, is 3 miles. So we're pretty significantly separated. What else?
Where does someone go with a truck every 11 seconds? I heard that on.
Yeah, well, they were using some very high number. I think that gentleman had mentioned 10,000 trucks or something. Again, if you use the ITE, the Institute of Traffic Engineers' latest estimate, 220 trucks per million feet times 16.5 million feet, every square foot we can build in this plan, you would get 3,600 trucks.
So there wouldn't be a truck every 11 seconds.
Right. I don't know what the math is. I haven't done the divide.
But that just seemed, 11, it just seemed like a lot.
Yeah. Remember, where we hope to build that bridge, when they close that road, according to the Village of Elwood, it was carrying 8,000 trucks at that time and 12,000 total vehicles. So we're never going to approach those numbers.
Yes, Mr. George, do you have any information on it? Also, we're talking about the future of trucking and the impact that electric will have on it ultimately. And we can also get into the discussion about self-driving at some point, right?
Sure.
But right now, isn't propane still making big inroads into the trucking industry?
Yeah, I think it is. And I think one of the things I was very interested in that I learned tonight, and Betty, I want to add one more thing to your question. But One of the things I learned tonight was the vehicles, the jockey truck that moves the trailers around, and the opportunity for that truck to be propane and electric. And I think that's fantastic. So, you know, that's something we're going to push our tenants for, is to, hey, you know, let's make sure we're using the most efficient. And again, oil is, you know, everything oil is on the downside, and everything alternative is on the upside. So one of the other things that is a major feature for what we do are these naturalized detention facilities. I mean, that is a major environmental feature. They're beautiful. We just built some in the city of Chicago, in a reclaimed steel manufacturing site that was just slag, if you're familiar with that product. Whole site is slag. We dug out the slag, we brought in virgin material, and then we naturalized it. And it's amazing. You look out and all you see is this field of plants, of prairie plants. That's our detention. That's actually where our detention water goes. So it goes into there, these plants grow roots 15 feet deep, they break up the ground, the water gets percolated down there. Any effluent, any oil or stones or whatever that are coming off that parking lot, they go in there too. So it used to be, when I started my career 35 years ago, it was get the water off, detain it, and then get it off the site as fast as possible. Nothing should soak in the ground. That was the rule of all engineers. Nothing should soak into the ground. That was absolutely the rule. Now it's get everything you can to soak in the ground. And I was a very early adopter of this. I built one in 2005. 15 years ago, I've been doing naturalized detention. So this is something that we are very proud of. And again, we naturalize the whole pond, the bottom and the sides. You will see on occasion some ponds that are naturalized just on the sides. The bottom is water. Water doesn't soak into water, right? Water only soaks into the ground. So if you've got water in your pond all the time, that means nothing can soak into the ground. That means you've put a clay liner in your pond and nothing can soak in. We don't do that. You won't see water in our ponds. Just enough water to keep those plants alive, we hope. And in a drought, that can become a problem. We have to have water. So those ponds are going to do a whole lot to cleaning the water. The Manhattan Creek is on a list of bad creeks in the state of Illinois. And the Manhattan Creek is a ditch. It is absolutely a ditch. There's hardly a tree. It's been cut sharp by the farmers. It's been cleared of any trees. We're going to add tens of thousands of trees. And we're going to lighten the load on the Manhattan Creek significantly. And in areas where we develop along it, we'll clean it up. So I think that there's going to be a lot of benefit, to this. So environmentally, we care. I care. I'm a member of Sierra. I'm a member of Greenpeace. Have been for years. Greenpeace, decades. I care. I really do. So we're going to do
Are you a family man too, Tom, with a family of children of your own or no?
Yeah, 5 kids.
Okay.
Anything else? Questions or comments?
You know?
Anything? All right, I think we should close the public hearing.
Let the record show that the public hearing is now closed. Item on the agenda this evening is Council Memo 649-20 ordinances and resolution associated with North Point Compass Business Park. This includes a resolution approving the annexation and development agreement of approximately 1,360 acres with Eastgate Logistics Park Chicago LLC for Compass Business Park. Ordinance approving the zoning classification of 103 acres generally located on the south side of Green Road and west of Ridge Road from R1B Single Family Residential and R4 Multifamily Residential to I1 Light Industrial Zoning. An ordinance approving the zoning reclassification of approximately 1,257 acres of various parcels generally located south of Green Road, east of Chicago Road, north of Hawk Road, and west of Ridge Road from A1 unincorporated Will County Agricultural to I1 Light Industrial Zoning District. An ordinance approving a special use permit to allow carting, express, and hauling establishments, truck terminals, limited, however, to no more than 40 total acres of the approximately 80 acres generally located on Rowell Road, south of Brown Road, and ordinances regarding the annexation and zoning of certain parcels in partial fulfillment of the annexation and development agreement with Eastgate Logistics Park Chicago LLC. It's recommended said ordinances and resolution be adopted.
So moved.
Second.
Been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilwoman Gavin? No. Councilman Hug?
Aye.
Councilman Landy?
Aye.
Councilman Morris?
You know, just before, I'd just like to, again, and I thought I had made myself clear several months ago, and I still feel strongly about a moratorium on a warehouse, especially along the corridor of Route 53. And I don't, and I know, I was gonna say I know that I have not sat on this dais and approved the warehouse since I've said that. This particular project, I do not envision as a warehouse. This is a development that it would be, to me, just crucial for the city of Joliet not to have this here in the city of Joliet. This is way more than just a warehouse. I was approached by representatives from the golf club or golf course, Joliet Golf Course, about a warehouse there, and I totally, it wasn't no hesitation in me telling them that I could not support that. The racetrack questioned me, came to our committee meeting, and again, I mean, I think we lost a very good partner in the racetrack by not allowing them to put a warehouse there. But Briggs Street does not need to turn into what 53 already is. Briggs Street is bad enough as it is. So again, I initially had a lot of concerns about North Point early on. After learning more about it, this is again a development that I just think that in years to come that the city of Joliet will welcome as well as the surrounding communities. But I want to be very clear that I was then, prior to being elected, as well as to this very day, against any warehouses along the corridor of 53 or any trucks that would be on those roads, Lairway, Briggs Street, or 53. And I vote aye.
Councilman Mudrin?
A year ago, I read a statement that was more confirmed today. The mayor had mentioned the new lifts that Union Pacific put in. Mr. George mentioned how the containers for the BS&M have set a record the last 2 months. The containers are coming. Somebody has to control them. Where they're going to go. They're going to leave the Midwest here. I feel we, the city of Joliet, have the best ability to contain these. As we all know, since that vote, there's been more warehouses built by Shorewood on 55. I think a part of it is Shorewood and part of it is Shannon. All those trucks have to get out, and they're getting out on 53 now. What has been mentioned, and I think all of us have been there, we've been on 53. At Route 80, the intersection is a major problem. With this, we didn't start this. It was great that the land got given up, but this was some combination between Center Point, BS&M, and the Village of Elwood. So we are the center, crossroads of America, and I think we're the ones that need to step up and control this. And I feel partnering with North Point is the way to go, and I vote yes.
Councilwoman Quillman?
I just have to say, I want to address one caller before I vote. Yes, I have been down to your area. I drove around there and I did see truck traffic like you spoke of at all hours. I received many phone calls from Centerpoint people that live, not Centerpoint people themselves, but people that live around Centerpoint. And again, I would have to agree with Councilman Mudrin. This is why we have to do it. We have to get control of those trucks. And this is our only chance to do it now, because if we don't do anything now, it's going to be worse in the future. And this has been a very difficult decision for me, but I will have to vote aye.
Councilwoman Reardon?
I won't belabor the point, but what Councilman Mudrin said is exactly what my decision is based on, that I feel that we went to the NSF and we saw the operation. We know that these containers are coming and we need to control it. So I vote aye.
Councilman Turk?
No.
Motion carried 6-2. Before we move on to the remainder of the items, an item was inadvertently missed last night, and that is the Mayor Pro Tem. So there would be a motion would need to be in order tonight to appoint Councilwoman Reardon to serve as Mayor Pro Tem from January 1st, 2021 through March 30th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilman Hugg?
Aye.
Councilman Landy? Councilman Morris?
Aye.
Councilman Mudrin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Coleman?
Sherry?
Aye. Yeah, there you go. Would it be bad for me to vote no?
Councilwoman Reardon?
Aye.
Councilman Turk?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gavin?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Motion carried. Next is the city manager's report.
No report.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, new business and council comments. We are coming back tomorrow. Maybe we'll just address that tomorrow.
I think that's a separate, completely separate special meeting, so.
All right.
Yeah, sorry.
New business?
No.
Terry, Larry, Jim?
No.
Mike? Herb? Deb, Sherry, Betty?
What time tomorrow?
5:30, I think.
9 a.m.
5:30. Well, I'll say it for new business. Yeah, tomorrow we're meeting, it's a major meeting about the water. The city of Chicago and Mayor Lightfoot will be here with their team. The city of Hammond and Mayor McDermott are going to be here to make presentations to the council. So I would encourage all our residents to watch and give us feedback about what they think. I think you're gonna see two very compelling arguments about what we should do. I think the city's in a good position, but yeah, tomorrow will be a significant meeting, so 5:30 tomorrow.
And Councilman Landy, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you about this and give you a tour and show. We do have a closet with a cot in it, with your name on it. I forgot to mention. Yeah, you're gonna stay here. I forgot to mention that to you.
Next is public comments. I did ask the remainder of people in the building, and they're not interested in speaking this evening. So is mayor and council comments.
Terry?
Nothing.
Everybody, please have a safe holiday season. Please wear your mask and social distance, because we have to get a handle on this pandemic. And here's to, I hope, a beautiful 2021. You get a handle on everything.
Nothing.
Herb?
Oh, no.
Pep?
I got one. For anybody on the west side or wants to take a ride to the west side of Joliet, there's a young gentleman who has decorated his house, a fellow by the name of Scott Matthews. He lives at 1600 Taylor. It's at the corner of Taylor and Woodlawn. It has a music statement there, tells you what radio station to turn into. He has it on for about 15, 20 minutes at the hour and at the half hour. You can get quite a number of cars parked there. So, if you get a chance, take a ride. Merry Christmas.
So we should contact the police for traffic control. Merry Christmas to everyone. Thank you.
Yes, first I'd like to thank and I want to send a great big shout out to the Plainfield cheerleaders. Every year they have a cheerleading competition that Councilman Hugg and I go every year. But so this year, due to COVID, they couldn't do it. But here's what the students did, and I want to just really thank them. They called the district and their coach this morning and wanted to know if they could still donate toys to the Forest Park Community Center. And they did. These kids went out and they brought in toys over at Timber Ridge and had me to come over and pick them up. And I just want to thank them so much and tell them all Merry Christmas. Have a joyous, safe holiday. And Coach Morgan, thank you so much for your dedication to these young people.
Thank you. Yeah, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all our residents. One reminder, Saturday, starting at 10 o'clock, we're going to have our sending off Santa parade. This is new in Joliet. We're starting at Station 4 on Draper Avenue at 10 o'clock in the morning, work our way through the east side. There'll be a couple fire trucks, a handful of police cars, and Santa Claus. We're gonna drive through the east side, over the river, west, all the way out to Ridge Road, and then Caton Farm is where we're gonna end it. There'll be live updates on the city's Facebook page, and the city website, I believe, Krista, be on the website also. Live updates where the parade is, so please, if you have young children and they wanna wish Santa a safe trip back to the North Pole, so he can get ready for Christmas Eve, he will be in Joliet Saturday morning, probably from around 10 to noon. And obviously, we can do that, socially distanced, take all the precautions that we need during this pandemic. So I wanna thank everyone for putting that together, see you Saturday, and look forward to seeing the council and Mayor McDermott and Mayor Lightfoot tomorrow night.
Mayor, and I just wanted to point out, I believe somebody can correct me, it's the 6th day of Hanukkah right now, so we should all say Happy Hanukkah in addition to Happy Merry Christmas.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
The motion is seconded to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?